Hard start time.
Listen, stretching is important, okay? You gotta stretch.
Again, a hard start time would fix that.
I don't want a hard start.
I want to start hard, Ven.
You can't start hard without a hard start.
At the start.
And I don't want you to start hard.
Then I want you to help me start hard.
Hey, by the way, that's not how the body works.
It's me.
You gotta loosen it up.
I don't believe in being loose.
Can I be loose?
You gotta loosen it up before you can get it hard.
Who are we missing?
Fetish loose.
What?
Are we missing no one?
Yeah, Owen's dead. We're missing him. Rest in peace. You missed it. He actually died like 5 minutes ago.
If it isn't that person, Microwave Dave. You didn't read my joke earlier, did you, Ben?
What the fuck?
I really like that one.
I love alliterative nicknames so much.
Oh Lord,
Mitch, if I Venmo you $100, can you get the documents at the courthouse to change your name to Dave so we can call you Microwave Dave? Please.
You're gonna have to not only pay me $1,000. You're gonna also have to pay for the court changes, and then I'll do it.
Court changes are gonna be like $100.
I'll change my because I don't like my name. So I was actually thinking of changing my name eventually.
All right. Guess I'll go screw myself.
What?
Fuck you.
Yours has an ooh at the end of it, though. It's completely different.
No, not the Mitch part. Not the Mitch part. The Robert part. I don't like the
he
Robert
wasn't
part
getting
of my
out of
name.
that. Either way, he's being a dick to one of us.
Yeah, fuck you.
So I'll change my name to Mitch
How
Dave.
dare you insult my good friend Robert Bob Wall?
Oh, that's Robert Bob Wall Cruz to you.
Well, mama.
Wall Cruz. It's hyphenated now. We're all married to Ted Cruz now.
Oh no! Don't say that.
Can we, for one session only, can we just call this campaign Cruise Control?
I would really rather not.
It's this. It has to be this session, Nick.
I mean,
we're dealing with Angus Mector Cruz, our big current enemy.
Cruise Control featuring Microwave Dave.
Hold on. What?
Thanks, Alex. Thank you for laughing. I appreciate it.
We're in the middle of summer.
We're bringing the power today.
We're bringing the power.
We're bringing the power.
All 700 watts.
Well, not enough to power anything in Texas, though.
Sadly.
Whoa.
Mitch, rotating plate or nah?
What?
See, now that we're all limber, we can get hard.
Honestly, didn't hear what was said. Glad everyone's laughing. Did you say spinning plate?
Plate or no? Oh shit!
I'm not gonna make it.
Humdinger!
I'm not gonna make it.
Holy shit!
Just remember that this is all Nick's fault.
What do you mean?
This is all your fault.
No, this is Hannah's fault.
It's
Don't
Hannah's
pick on
fault.
me.
It's Hannah's fault.
No, if we're blaming someone, we're blaming Nick.
The stroke would have never have done it for me unless Nick had made it.
Yeah,
himself.
no, the funniest part is that Nick's deflection, which worked so well, even remembering it, I don't remember what he was deflecting
I
on.
honestly don't know.
It worked so well.
Impressive.
Oh, I wish you were mean to people more often, Nick. It's really funny.
You don't have to scroll up very far. You can find it.
That's a lot of work, though.
I'm doing that thing right now.
Okay. Let us know when you got it, Dave.
Okay. Well, wait. Don't call me that.
Really enjoying this scoop.
I'm not gonna. I told you, I'm not gonna make it. Hannah, you're gonna have to DF this session.
Dang, she said no. Get fucked.
All right, Alex, you know the world pretty well. You're on your own.
No,
She's not-
I can't stop laughing at that.
She is not obligated to DM since this isn't Curse of Strahd and it's not preventing her from being burned up in our yellow sun.
As opposed to our blue sun.
Or red sun, Alex. Christ.
Apparently, he wasn't deflecting off of anything. It was just I posted that image randomly after Nicole posted that Jesus Christ is a JoJo.
No, this was during the session.
No, yeah, this came later.
It was something else.
Okay. Then, I don't know. I was scrolling up
Someone
through
should re-listen to it
JoJo.
and figured out why, so we could rag on Nick this session, but that seemed like a lot of work, so...
Supplies are running low. I'm drinking an HEB Dr. B sweetened with pure cane sugar.
I haven't lost any
I don't know
power,
what that is.
even though I live in Florida.
Alright, let's play the fucking feud. Start her up.
Oh, wait, that thing.
Hang on,
That
hang
thing
on.
that needs to be
Hang
open.
on, let me find Vin's ripcord real quick.
Actually-
Hang on.
Stop making jokes.
That's not working, guys.
You can't, William. You can't make engine noises. Okay, nothing works in Texas. It's not allowed.
It's gas! It's gas, obviously. Gas works.
Powered. He's powered by Ted Cruz's holy gastrointestinal tract.
Oh, also, I think a better name for the band is Microwave Dave and the Cruise Control.
Pretty good.
Add it to the list, William. Add it to the list. Add it to the fucking list. I need Microwave Dave and the Cruise Control.
That came later too.
What did?
Really? Alright, let me find this.
You're
Yeah,
not
so
gonna
what
find it because it
happened-
happened during the session.
the way that
we
I
were goofing
remember
on
it
Nick
was-
about something last week, and then after like 2 minutes of it, he goes, "Hey, remember when Mitch tried to fuck a microwave?" And then I just thought it was the funniest thing in the world.
No. Mitch laughed at something that somebody else said at my expense, and I was like, Mitch, don't make me do this. And then he laughed again, and then I deflected.
I mean, that was an expert level deflection. Either way, I'm really excited for Microwave Dave and the Cruise Control.
Yes, he's up there with the One Man Eiffel Tower and Matthew Frames.
I forgot about Matthew Frame.
Ben, stop laughing, start recapping. I swear to God, it's been 15 minutes.
Matthew Frame.
Don't make me make some fucking engine noises at you.
Stop laughing, you're gonna make me laugh too.
I tried to take a drink to help, and it just spit it all over my face.
Alex is getting the corona laughs.
After
Stop laughing.
After Microwave Dave and the Cruise Control escaped Gahrland, escaped Lenore.
I don't like this joke.
You gotta stop laughing. I gotta get started on the recap. Come on.
Oh, I can't.
After escaping the country of Lenore with some help and a lot of very dangerous favors, you climbed aboard the Ghost, captained by Jane Beckett, a new ally that you made quick friends with along with a grand majority of the crew. They took you through the Shine Gulf into garish waters where they asked for your help to check on a presumed crashed garish vessel. After eventually coming across the Adhark-on-Tear's wreck and saving the captain and a couple of the crew members, you found the horrid truth of the fate that befell them. I started laughing again, I'm sorry. Eventually, you met up with the Ghost once more from the Lantana and made your way outside of Port Galder. During this time, Owen contacted his mother, who was able to send a contingent of troops to quickly escort you back south down the road and to Nashdween at breakneck time. Though, upon arrival, your return, Owen McDurk, was not exactly sunshine and rainbows. With your friends being treated as suspects, war criminals, a danger, unexpected wrinkles in whatever was to be expected when the day came that you would hopefully or not return, depending on who you ask. You were guided with your party in tow by the Ironblade Rainhall Makarnak. Back to Nashdween, where, while being escorted in shackles, the party was brought to a side portion of the large castle of Nashdween. Let me double check the name. The Eastwind Keep, where you met with none other than Angus McDurk, where he was ruling and conducting the war current. You found out he had been less than a just ruler of late, and that much had occurred and changed in Gahrland during Owen's absence. After the old captain that you rescued, Captain Seagar Sturbian, challenged this Angus McDurk, this leader of the Kyn Taryn peoples, to a Grimsar, a fight until one party could no longer continue. He seemed slightly calmed down and more willing to listen to Owen's words, at least for now. So, as you guys watch the body of the once respected captain of the Arkmorda Isles get taken away, pool of blood still on the ground in this great hall, with Angus not but 15 feet away from Owen. Owen, I believe the floor is yours right now.
So last I recall, there was a priest casting a spell on Owen.
He came up, he casted a spell of healing upon Angus, and then came towards you. After
Does he, like, say anything, or does he just begin?
He quietly begins incanting something that you quickly recognize as a Zone of Truth spell.
While he's doing that, Owen, he's not taken his eyes from Angus's. He's sort of staring at him, at least for now, patiently waiting for this man to finish his work. But he's got that, as I said last week, he's got that kind of spark of defiance in the set of his shoulders, in the set of his jaw. His hands are at his sides, kind of casually, but you can see like his hands aren't balled into fists, but like it's close. He kind of flexes his fingers every once and again, and he waits for the man to finish his work.
After a moment, you are willingly failing this this Zone of Truth?
If I recognize it as a Zone of Truth and not some chicanery.
This is clerical in nature. It is a faith-based spell that, though you cast it in a different manner, you would recognize this as a Zone of Truth spell.
He will, if he has to step into it, he will again, meet Owen's eyes,
Angus.
or I'm sorry, Angus's eyes as he steps into it, or if he like has to, if there's like a physical sign of him acquiescing, he will make sure that he's looking at Angus when he does so.
Very subtly, just like put my hand to my mouth and like pretend to pick at my face and give Owen some bardic inspiration silently.
Give me
So I don't need him
How
to
did
hear
you-
me.
Hang on.
He doesn't-
Before you commit to doing that,
Hmm?
Mitch, you have established in the past there is a visual element to this where smoke goes into someone.
Only to whoever's getting it. Plus, I got a secret communique. They're doubled, and if he can see me, he doesn't need to hear me to be affected by it.
Unfortunately,
Well,
he
like,
did
he
just establish he's not taking his eyes off of Angus.
Fuck my life. Well, seeing is a sure, whatever.
If you want to try,
I was
Maybe
gonna
wait
argue,
for
but I
a more
won't.
opportune moment.
if you want to try, I will allow a
Okay.
sleight of hand check to stealth check it. Stealth check.
Aren't our hands
Uh-oh.
bound?
You are back. Yeah, you're shackled, but it's
Yeah.
like just at your shackled
He was.
together.
That's why he was just like
Yeah.
pretending to like pick at his face.
Yeah.
I
I would
won't-
say just
I
a
won't
general
do it.
stealth check.
I'll wait.
Okay.
I'll wait.
All right. Oh, and as you willingly fail, there's a moment. Excuse me. There's a moment where the priest, one of you recognize through the red and black draconian robes, one of Saranus, turns back to Angus and gives a silent nod, and though he has not said a word, he quickly walks away, continuing his silence in the in this hall.
Are you satisfied now, Father?
He gives a quiet nod. But again, now he says nothing. He starts to cross his arms, but doesn't, and motions an open hand, as if waiting for you to continue.
Before I continue, where is my mother?
Safe.
I promise you that she is under no spell of mine, that my power only lets me speak with her. Owen glances to the ground at his feet, and then back at Angus.
He looks over to one of the many courtiers, assistants. God fucking knows what most of these people actually do, especially given the iron hand that Angus has been ruling with. But he glances to one of them and gives a nod, and then just with only his neck, he just kind of motions behind himself with his head, and just immediately they very quickly start walking away.
It pains me to know that you have kept her so, Father.
He says nothing. He just waits for you to continue.
Owen clears his throat. Now, where was I? Ah, yes, the witch. Faced her. We triumphed. We rescued the people that we were sent to rescue. But the witch had not. She had one more trick. When she was killed by my own hand, her magics whisked us away to a place of shadow, death, and madness.
At this point, there is a slight murmur, and you can hear whispers throughout this court. I, Ven, the DM, am not even sure what this set of assistants and courtiers would be called at this point, but they begin whispering to each other. There's definitely some concern. And then immediately you see a couple of them go and start speaking to the priest. I'm sure you can figure out.
Well, like they don't believe, like they're like, hey man, what the hell? I thought you made him speak the truth.
Yeah, that's probably a pretty good meta explanation of it right there.
We learned that this place is called the Shadowfell by some. And after a few setbacks, we decided that there was no way but to continue to try and win back our freedom. And it was there, in that place of madness, that we found Ishri. Oh, and he turns back and he motions to Ishri. And when he looks back, like Ishri, Owen's looking at you, and like as he's speaking these words, like his face, like I said, is set in that kind of determined look of defiance. But when he looks back at you, it softens, and you can tell like he is remembering meeting you with fondness.
Ishri gives him a smile back, though she just kind of like, she's meeting Owen's gaze, giving him a smile, but she's just kind of like absent-mindedly waving to everyone else, but she's trying to reassure Owen.
Immediately there are you immediately just feel eyes on you, Ishri, and a couple people like moving closer and whispering, obviously about you at this point.
I assume in Garish, so she understands nothing.
Yeah. Oh, you're in a fucking Garish capital. They ain't speaking nothing else. There are now like 3 other people currently having a vaguely quiet argument with the priest.
She was our light in that darkness. She guided us through, but not without danger or sacrifice. And after facing horrors beyond imagining, we prevailed and won our way back to the wilds in the north of Lenore. So our job was done. I used the same power that I used to talk to my mother to secure our passage out of Lenore. But it was some time, a month, 5 weeks, I can't recall. So we had some time. That is when we made our way back to the more civilized parts of Lenore, not the godforsaken swamps of the north.
There is a slight chuckle when you say more civilized parts of Lenore.
I don't think Owen's like really in a mood to acknowledge those people, so he doesn't like join them in that. And it was there when we were resting and tending to our wounds that I first learned from my mother what had happened on the bay. It was there as well, Father, that I learned that Alice yet lived.
He, at this point, like, stands a little bit more straight. And what happened on the bay? What exactly did you learn happened?
Owen shrugs and motions vaguely in the direction that the one guy went. Mother didn't say much. Only that my brothers were dead. Killed by the scourge. Killed by the ice.
And your cowardice. Your wanting to forsake your family is the reason you're not with them.
Owen snorts and he looks back at Angus. You would prefer if I had died on the bay with them?
I would prefer you would have died instead of them.
There's like a little bit, like that sentence strikes Owen like a blow. He kind of staggers a little bit. Maybe not staggers. He sways a little bit. Squeezes his eyes shut. Balls his hands into fists at his side, and it takes him a second. Like he needs a second to keep himself together. And when he looks back at Angus, there's tears shimmering at the corner of his eyes. They don't fall, but they're there. Be that as it may, I am here.
He says nothing, but waits for you to continue again.
It was then that we made our way south. I had one more task, at least, to complete before we left Lenore. That task took us to the war camp. If you read my letter, you would know that some of my companions entered. They saw a gathering, a mobilization. They met the leader of the Red Band himself. At the time, I did not know what it all meant, but once we came to Verona and we saw hundreds of Sons Chosen camped outside, and we learned why they were there. We learned they had been stationed there to bar the Red Band from attacking the capital.
There's again a subtle amount of whispering, and you begin to hear now what you would imagine are messengers heading to the castle proper to let the other Kyn representatives know what's being spoken of here on a very quick news update basis.
We learned that the Red Band had, as I had suspected, gone rogue. The Sons Chosen feared an attack.
Why?
One kind of pauses here too.
Why? Why would they be fearing an attack?
I don't know, Father. Later on, in Verona, we got into a spot of trouble, but found out that there was a plot perpetrated by the Red Band to masquerade as Gars, stage an attack, blame it on us. All to sow fear and lies.
And what do they gain? Killing their own people.
There are those in the North who wish to see the war end, who wish to see peace between our countries.
And yet, how small of a minority could it be? Citre, now Varat, but Getz, Daro, Brawlis, Morris Mitre. We never even heard from Recht and Monas before Varat fell. How many? How many really wish to see it end?
I don't know.
Not enough. They wish to see it, and why would they not take up arms against them?
Fear, perhaps? We learned in Verona as well that someone inside the palace has worked out a way to learn what the scourges do.
There's another distant murmuring of conversation from the back reaches of the hall.
And it was also in Verona that we learned the Red Band have not one but two scourges in Virat.
You can see his mind got sidetracked at one point, and he continues as if not listening to some of your words. Fear. If they know fear. If they know fear, then they would fear us. Kyn Taryn must remind them, perhaps then they would take up arms on our side.
How will you remind them you are dead, slain by a scourge?
You said a sister that lives.
That was a few weeks ago that I last spoke with her. But at that time, yes. She asked me for help, Father.
You can see this look on his face that even with the arcane inability to lie, his face is just saying, that is bullshit, stop lying.
You need me to say it louder?
Why? Why did she need your help? What reason?
Because she said that she was in the Petrica, Father.
You see his mind beginning to turn as you talk.
She said that she did not know how long she could last.
He turns to someone else and gives them a nod, and this time lifts his left arm and just motions them away, and they very quickly, at a hurried walk, almost a jog, head out into the hall. So McDurk can survive a scourge. He pauses just for a moment and just looks over you. What else? Continue, boy.
Owen hesitates. It is something else. But I do not wish to say where so many ears can hear.
There's a look of speculation that grows across Angus's face. What would you have to say not in front of all of your kin, all of your countrymen, but to me only?
Owen lets out a little chuckle and he says, I thought you did not consider me, Kyn Taryn, Father.
Do you not consider yourself?
From the day I was born.
He Motions for you to continue.
There's something, Father, that could change everything. What if the wrong people knew? Owen kind of trails off and he does not finish that sentence.
He motions at this point, and you begin to hear people in chairs getting up, the scraping of wood against stone, and very quickly, a lot of people get the fuck out of this hall.
Oh no. That might have been a mistake.
About a minute later, he walks up to you, about 2-3 feet away. The party is still here, a few more people keeping guard on them, and what you would presume are his more trusted guards. But if you speak quietly, unless there's something arcane going on, it would presumably not be heard by anyone else.
What if Walker and Evian really strain?
Speak, boy. Speak.
The people that we rescued in the wilds, in the swamps, they were not merely travelers. They had been sent by the Dragonheart Alliance to see what was happening in Lenore.
His eyes narrow for a moment, and then for the briefest of milliseconds, go wide in surprise before he gets his demeanor of calm rage back.
Their leader told me with some confidence that the news of what had happened would be carried back, that considerations would be made for invasion.
He says nothing for far too long for what you've told him, processing. And you can see each moment that goes by, he's thinking just something. You can't immediately tell. He steps back a few feet and bellows out to the entirety of the maybe 20 or 30 people left in the hall pretty far away to make sure everyone can hear. Then I will need to call an assembly of all the Kyns to speak about this information. He pauses again, motions to one of the many guards left, who goes and opens the door on the it will be on the eastern wall. And a few more people come in, and people start shuffling back in quietly. Kyn Taryn, and I, Angus McDurk, recognize you, Owen McDurk's exile as over.
Something... Owen doesn't immediately respond to that. Like, he doesn't... I don't know what he does. He
He wasn't fucking
he
expecting that.
He bows his head for just a moment, and then he looks back at Angus and he says, "And what of my friends?"
For your time, Here in Gahrland. Until once this war is complete, they are recognized as your godsmen, your personal god, whatever you wish to see them as. They will be given the same treatment as you. The same expectation. You will report to Einblade Makanoth. For your orders.
I'm sorry, what did he say?
For your orders.
Owen kind of narrows his eyes at the word orders, but he does look away, and if he looks back, like, are there like Kyn Taryn soldiers, warriors, like, you know, guarding the boys and the girls?
Yeah.
He looks back and he says, fuck, I don't give a shit. I'm doing it anyway. He looks back at the warriors and he kind of points at them and he says, "You heard my father. Release them at once."
For the briefest of moments, they look past you to Angus, who, those of you watching, see a slight nod, and the shackles come undone. You are free.
Walker rubs his wrists where the shackles were and then nods towards Owen.
Owen returns his nod and then looks back towards Angus.
This war is not over. And I expect you will do everything you can to end this Lenorian invasion. I need to discuss with many members of the Kyns and call an assembly.
I wish to see my mother.
He gives a slight nod and walks away just before the air quotes throne, and after a moment, amongst some of the people pouring in, see your mother. She looks at you, not even crying, just stoic right now. This sense of hardened frustration on her face as she walks down a couple of the steps from behind the throne and heads towards you.
Let me get a picture for the lads.
See as she comes this very vibrant, for being about the same age as Angus, her hair is still very vibrant and a bright amber red, almost maroon in places, still very well kept, you can tell, like, she's got that same sort of build that Liliana had, that almost unsuspecting at times, impressive strength, a few scars from battle. She is definitely no stranger to war herself, but she walks up to Owen, a little bit on the shorter side for a Kyn Taryn noble, if you will, a McDurk, at a measly 5'9" or so, 5'10". But standing impressively broad-shouldered, she just gives this half smile and, Owen, knew you'd come through. I knew it.
Owen, this time he doesn't really bother to hold back a tear or two, and he says, "Knew I'd make it, Mother. Nothing would stop me. And here I am."
Here you are. Here you are, fighting, doing the McDucks proud, doing all of us proud. Not just Kyn Taryn, all of Gahrland. I knew it. And at this point, she gives you a surprisingly, like, you're expecting it. For the rest of the party, is a surprisingly violent hug. Where he kind of gets swept a couple feet to the side. You can hear, like, you know, like, you can hear, like, his boots, like, dragging on the ground as she, like, almost, not sweeps off his feet, but, like, almost, like, clotheslines him. She hugs him so hard to one side first. Though brief as it is, she lets go.
Did we get a first name for her?
Not yet?
Okay.
So it's true. It's really true. Alice lives.
Aye. And when?
I can't believe it. I don't. We have to put this family back together. We have to. And we will. We will. This is the first step to fixing it all. And she has this hopeful smile, this much more... You can see this, all of you, like, it's almost this positive radiance that you can tell Owen gets from his mother and not his father. And just gives this half smile again of knowing, of confidence, and but our work's not done. Can't be celebrating the small victories. Not now, Owen. Not till this is done. Right?
You're right.
We're here.
But
This is just the first step, though.
before anything else happens, I'd like you to meet my friends.
She gives a slightly confused look. And as she looks over them, she whispers so that only you can hear. Like, you can hear the sly, almost condescending cockiness in her voice. Oh, you got friends now, do ya?
Oh, don't be like that, mother. Of course I do. You know, I was always good at making friends. And he kind of like elbows her a little bit.
She immediately elbows you back and, like, shoves you a couple feet away with it.
Owen beckons the lads.
The lads approach. Or at least this one does. I don't know about the rest of them.
Yeah.
Walker walks.
Yep. Mari just kind of like
Aye.
gives a wave.
Amari Stoltz.
Shut
Amari microwaves himself on over.
Evian Gazelles.
I'm gonna go back to being mute now.
I just start jumping over, hitting my head on the ceiling with every leap.
Fucking Mario-ass motherfucker!
Ishri dark elves herself over, I guess.
Ooh.
Does Ishri have a last name?
No.
There you go.
She
fisheries her way over.
She swims over.
She's flopping.
She swims through the earth because she's cast power.
Fiona looks to all of you. It's nice to meet you all. My name is Fiona
Greetings.
McDurk.
Ishri is going to try to meet her hug with the same violence that she gave to Owen.
Oh, my.
Should we stop her?
Listen, Walker couldn't stop Ishri if you tried.
Is this considered assault? I'm not gonna do anything
Ishri,
about it.
give me a strength check.
Uh-oh.
Oh, God.
She's
I
gonna
want her
break
to
your
get fucking
mother.
choke slammed so badly.
I'm sorry.
Oh god.
Oh!
Pretty big,
She
dude.
beats it back. Fiona, you guys got... And, like, there's a moment where, like, she's like, oh. Give me another strength check.
We must have a winner.
What's the second round for?
We must have a winner!
And finally, her foot stumbles and she starts to fall back.
Oh, Ishri catches her because she's, holding her
She's not
tightly 'cause
falling,
she's
but just
fucking
like
her.
stumbles back a foot or two, and she just looks to Owen. Interesting company you keep.
It's like I told Father. She was our light in the darkness.
Okay.
It's nice to meet you all.
Has his
I
face in his
appreciate you all taking care of my boy. Gods know he couldn't do it himself. She gives another little smile. At this point, she does the thing where she ruffles his hair.
Oh my.
He did his fair share of taking care of us as well, so.
I'll say.
Owen
Walker just-
bears the ministrations of his mother with quiet stoicism.
There's nothing stoic about what his hair looks like by the time she's done.
Walker just nods in response, not wanting to contradict the funny queen, I guess.
The matriarch of Kyn Taryn.
There you go.
So,
I was gonna say the funny lady, but that doesn't really.
so she turns back to Owen after the immediate quick gratings are done. To report to the Hindsight. I think I know what you're going to be getting to send, what you're going to be doing. It's, She has a confused look. It's something that needs doing. I think that's about the only way I can put it.
I was not about to object further, given the circumstances, but these people did not sign up to fight our war, Mother.
They're under your protections. They wish to leave, they're probably free to, I would imagine.
One looks around and he smiles at everybody, and then he says, well, if you wish to leave, I guess all you'd have to do is tell him Owen sent you and you'll be fine.
None of us leave.
I'm so proud of you guys for pretty much fucking no-selling that joke.
Damn it, man. I thought that was gonna hit home.
Wanted to fucking fight, like, I wanted to, like, go to fucking California and just fight you, Nick, but, like, I couldn't. It's still too cold outside to do that.
Yeah, you can't even leave your house.
It's too bad you don't have power, man. Nothing works.
Yeah, I don't have any power. Walker just looks to Owen and says, you know what I'm here to do, Owen.
We aren't fighting in the war, though, right? I don't want to kill anyone who doesn't deserve it. I'm not going to give in to the barbarism.
Well, trust me. Those people sitting in my bed, in the beds of my friends and family in Varad, they deserve every bit of blood that is going to be getting shed from them.
How do you know that?
She turns to Owen. A look of confusion.
Oh, wait, is she speaking Lenorian to...
Oh, shit! I mean, I just kind of assume Amari is constantly translating.
Oh, yeah.
For the sake of narrative
Amari
ease,
needs to learn to filter.
Amari has become Amari's become the Star Trek universal filter.
I have every applicable language we could possibly ever need.
I
so
mean, yeah. Who knew
fine.
that would have been so fucking helpful this early on in the campaign, though?
It would have been like, I wish we had a translator. Ugh, who knows? I wish we had someone who knew 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 languages.
One person.
So,
It's not.
Anyway,
as long as we don't go to the Volcanian Empire for real, we're fine.
You have to understand, Mother. Ishri is from somewhere else.
I was listening. Shadow fell.
We don't do war. We fight monsters. We don't fight people unless we know that they deserve to die.
Oh, monsters are monsters, things corrupted, be it magic or just a rabid dog. Those are easy. Those are pitiful. You accept that they are nature's problems that need to be dealt with, but it hurts to do. That nature would throw that at you. But these people, they're far worse. They're far, far worse. They choose to do these horrible things. Every single one of them deserves to sit on the end of a blade. And you can see, Owen, there is the fury of a woman 20, 30 years younger than she is that wants to be on the front lines right now fighting. Somewhere, I apparently have 2 living daughters that I do not know the whereabouts of. Let me tell you. She turns to Owen specifically, and then back to everyone else. If he could tell me where they were, there is not a force on this plane of existence or your Shadowfell that would stop me from getting them.
Perhaps later, Mother, I can speak to them for you.
I would like that, if you can. If you can. I don't want to tax your abilities. Never, And she shakes her head a bit, still slightly confused about how the magic works, though tries to understand.
What now? Will we listen to the Kyns gather, or?
It will be days, maybe a week or 2. The way your father sounds, he's going to want the heads of the Kyns meeting for this.
Gahrland told me things that he has done.
A lot of things have been done that a lot of people aren't proud of to keep us alive. To keep us all going.
Things that Gahrland said sounded like
things not worth repeating here or anywhere.
Very well.
Walker narrows his eyes.
She looks away for just a moment and turns back. If you wish to come by later this evening, we can catch up over dinner. We're set up at one of the... And she begins describing the exact location just outside of the extended courtyard of the Eastwind Keep that the McDurk clan, consisting only of 2 right now, is set up at. If you, give it a couple hours, it'll be a late one, but we'll get something ready.
I'll be there.
If they give you any trouble trying to get back into the, you know, anything here, just tell them Fiona sent you.
Owen smiles, and he nods.
You can't keep getting away with this.
William gets upset.
Sounds like we just did.
You can't keep getting away with it.
We'll talk in private, it'll be better. That gives you some time. Get your things. Talk to the Iron Blade, figure out what's next. She turns to everyone except Owen at this point. I'm sorry that my sons dragged you into this.
This is something that I am more than willing to be dragged into.
Wouldn't have come this far if I didn't want to.
Well,
As I have said,
I think a
Mother,
lot of us could say about the same.
the loyalty
each-
you inspire continues to be unwavering, Owen.
they've each had their chances to turn back, and they have all chosen not to.
Kind of stuck with us now.
Well, let me pray to Saranus that perhaps something will be done to unstick this glue. And she gives a little cocky smile at that.
To who?
Mostly towards Amari.
Oh, no, that was an in-character question of Ishri to see how it...
Amari's just like, it's a joke. Don't worry about it.
How much would Walker know about the funny dragons?
Give me a religion check.
I just want to say not a lot, so.
And there's not gonna be a lot. Like, you're not gonna. And that 20 is not gonna help you too much on this front, but.
I was going to ask
I
how
wanna
much
know-
Owen
can-
knows
can-
about
can
it,
I
but
know
then I was
what I
like, I
know?
don't really want to be the cleric who rolls a natural 1 on his religion check, so I'm just going to stay silent.
Can I, Dad?
Ooh,
Go
my
ahead.
turn, my turn. Can I roll too?
Go ahead. Evian, you know a decent, like, even without a roll, you know a decent amount about Ohm, the bringer of tides. Temples, personal worship. It's incredibly ubiquitous amongst the Arkmorda Isles. The Arnshade peoples are very into the worship of Ohm for obvious reasons. The belief in strength, the belief that, you know, all mountains will eventually give to the tide. That sense of unforgiving and just, you know, take the fucking beating and keep fighting. The obvious water connection. There's...
I imagine.
The Draconian religion at large, less so, because, again, the Draconian religion having 5 separate sects to it is very much... The compartmentalization of which is dependent mostly on where you're from, where you're worshipping. Some places, Evandria, even Gahrland, the Dragonheart Isles, are very much, you know, respective of all of them and at roughly even intervals, though Ohm is the most popular in general. Whereas places like the Arkmorda Isles, it's almost unheard of to not worship Ohm. Though there is no... This is for all of you except... I'd say everyone who's a foreigner except... not counting Walker... I would say not counting Walker and Ishri, this would be all of you. The concept of the 5 separate sects, they don't contradict each other, it's more of a focus. Like, there's no arguing about which dragons do and don't exist. Everyone believes they all existed. Everyone believes that they were these all-powerful gods. It's just a matter of, like, what you focus your faith into, who you worship, who you pray to.
So I would imagine it's sort of like the Olympians in a sense, or how they think the Olympians were.
A bit, yeah. Wow, I can't believe you're the one who brought that up and not William. That's weird.
I mean, I understand. I already understand the whole goof about it. I'm not looking for comparisons.
But yeah, Walker, your dad vaguely mentioned the Draconian religion a couple times. He was very much a passive, probably from his youth, worshipper, but it wasn't something... He wasn't actively saying his prayers every night. He never really taught you anything about religion.
Wasn't necessary.
Yeah. The extent of it probably, that you have probably overheard one night, will have been him saying something along the lines of, you know, the fuck did Ohm ever do for me?
That's pretty good.
So...
love it.
Other than that, any questions? Anyone else need to roll? Anyone else need anything in specific?
Just want to double check. Ishri would have never heard of any other gods, right?
No.
Cool. Just double checking.
Nope. The concept of dragons is also probably completely foreign to you. Like, you've probably heard the word dragon in Elvish a couple times, but that's probably about it.
I was going to say, like, if Amari would, like, say dragon in Elvish, I'd imagine he'd get, like, a very confused look from Ishri.
Yeah. A word you've heard and understand the definition of, but, you know.
No idea what it is.
Yeah. Only the most basic dictionary definition. And there's your primer on...
Big lizard.
On non-Lenorian religion. It is, of course, the most ubiquitous and commonly worshipped religion in the world. Anyway, with that... Owen, for you, Kyn Taryn, very heavy on the Sariness, the respect of the Grimsar, the expectation of the Grimsar. Normally not to the death, it's just till one person can't keep fighting. But, you know.
Some people are murderous assholes, we get it.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if anybody remembers, but Owen offered not so much prayers, but like in his burial ceremony for his brothers, it was very Sarinistic, if that's a word.
Sarinistic.
Yeah, sure, that sounds right.
Sarinism.
Yeah. So, in any case, that is the lowdown, and with that, you guys are there's that quick moment where Fiona once again thanks you all, and you are not escorted, but it's very much a holy shit, we're busy, and you guys are kind of in the way, please get out type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
The news that Owen has given his father has sent moderate waves throughout the Eastwind Keep.
Hey.
And things are happening now. So, with goodbyes in order, you guys have at least a couple of hours, maybe a few. It's early, mid-evening at this point, like, you know, 5, 6 o'clock, getting to be towards sunset. You are out in the courtyard. What's the first thing you're doing? You are free people in Gahrland.
Owen takes a giant sigh breath of relief as he steps out of the hall.
That's not how I thought that was going to go at the beginning.
It could have gone a lot
Certainly
worse.
ended a lot better than I expected.
I'm sorry for the chains. And Owen looks specifically at Rob.
It's not a problem. It's my own fault.
Wasn't the first time we've been in chains together.
That most definitely will not be the last.
I was going to say, I hope it's the last, but
It's
knowing
not
us as I do.
Speaking of, when are we going to receive our things, our supplies?
At this point, Rick speaks up. As much as I'm enjoying this, I think I might be, if it's alright with you, Owen, I might be taking a rain check on your dinner tonight. I think I need a couple of really hard drinks before that, and, you know, I don't want to be hurting any of your social graces with your mom. So,
As long as, well, I don't know what to tell you, Rick. Just don't make waves.
he gives a look. Do I seem like the kind of person who's gonna make waves? The only waves I'm gonna make are the waves when I lift up a damn tankard and down that shit, because mine ain't gonna get it done quick enough.
Then is there? So like we've just exited the hall, right?
Yes, you are in the outer courtyard area right now.
Are there like, there's like people around, right? Like there's like Kyn Taryn guards.
Yes, it is almost exclusively guards, though there are like a few buildings and things within the outer courtyard as well. Things like, you know, the smithy for the kin, things like that.
So before I make a fool out of myself, would it be like Like, does Owen think it's possible if he just walks up to a guard, greets him as a kinsman, and politely asks him where our weapons and equipment can be found? Like, is that something that we can just, like, go get, or what?
Quickest way would probably also be with the Iron Blade, who you've already been sent to, since he was the one in charge of it. He'd probably know where your equipment went, since he escorted you here.
So if I just ask him, where can I find the Iron Blade?
Yeah.
Okay. Owen nods a goodbye to Rick, and then he goes and he gives a traditional Kyn Taryn greeting to one of the guards if he's amenable.
They are within reason. There's a moment of hesitation that quickly goes away, and they kind of just give this half smile, kind of very scraggly beard, and just always good to have another McDurk back in the fold.
It's good to be home. Tell me, where can I find Ironblade Macronac?
It's over in the air. Emotions at the armory, where they've been organizing all your things if you're trying to get them back. And at this point, he looks to you. Lord Owen, we're not home just yet, but I'm confident it'll be soon. And he gives this hope-filled smile.
One returns a smile, and he says, we'll see it done. All of us.
Aye.
And he bids the man farewell and leads the way to the armory.
There's a pretty large smithy building that just to the side of you get into the armory, and there's a couple guards who just look at you for a second and they like motion you past. They don't check you guys afterwards or anything. There's just a second where they, they want to confirm you are who you are and shit, and then they let you past. You get into the armory, and you see the Iron Blade speaking with what you would presume is probably the Nashdween quartermaster. And the Iron Blade, well, hello there, Owen McDurk. You seem to have been making waves immediately, as every McDurk before you.
It's something of our way, Ironblade.
For better or worse. Shakes his head a bit. To report directly to me. He gives a little bit of a smile, but there's still that somberness after what happened, and he looks to you, and your things are we've got them all organized. They were getting ready to unload them just in case they're still in one of the wagons. We'll be organized and everything for you now, so it'll be ready to go. Alright?
Sounds well enough.
He turns to Rom. Apologies. Could not take any risks given the ubiquity of... Well, you understand.
I do. No harm done, as far as I'm concerned.
Ready to go where exactly?
What? He turns to you.
Said our things would be packed and ready to go.
Well, yes, for wherever you're going to be taking them. I assume you'll have some sort of lodgings in the city. Though,
Right.
I would also give warning that... He turns and looks at one of your party is not here, but did you still wish to know of where you're going to be? He turns to Owen. Where you're going to be getting sent, exactly?
Yes, I would like to know.
I told you how bad things got here. and that we need more troops. This is not something that your father ordered, it is something Banash Galda. Hobarton, the capital of the Rat Creek Valley. They haven't sent troops, haven't sent anyone. There's an expectation that everyone contributes. We've sent people to deal with it, but they haven't yet. We've heard word that they're ready to take up arms against Nash Golda. Given your diplomatic ways, it seems better to have you deal with that standoff than throw you to the wolves, as I'm sure your father would be none too sad to do. He gives a little bit of a somber look at that.
He said that he had wished that it was me on the bay and not my brothers.
Grief takes many forms. Shakes his head a bit. I hope.
Be that as it may. I'll be happy to go.
Your hope is that you can end this without any bloodshed. They're stationed at the Doe Cop Roast. Most of them. Haven't been able to cross the Rat Creek Valley. Or over there. They can't get to Hobarton. They're just constantly told, no, they won't send anyone. Don't know much else. But as a show of good faith, your father promised that Kyn Taryn would look into this, look into fixing this standoff. Happenstance that an option to deal with this in a more civilized manner than we have in the past.
There's like a I don't know the word. It's not a good-natured chuckle. It's like a
Nervous
oh
one?
yeah, we're not exactly known for being diplomats kind of chuckle.
Things are stretched then. We need soldiers. We asked for 500. We estimate the population at the entire valley of well north of 5,000. Though most are just in small villages that you wouldn't even find on a map. We're not asking for a lot, but we need men, now more than ever.
I will see to it.
Right. I'm sure within a few moments your things will be organized. Ready to go. Wherever you need to go, then. We weren't going to check them into the armory till we knew what was happening anyway. Don't want to be stealing from a McDurk. Or his retainers.
That gets a chuckle from Owen. And he's probably like standing next to Evian and he just like slaps him on the back.
As it is, as it is.
So then... Yes?
Mindblade, Angus did not mention... He did not provide me answers to some questions that I have.
He holds a hand out by all means.
Know that If my word is to be trusted, and I hope it will be after the magics, what will the Kyns do now that they know of the scourges?
I don't know. Probably... He shakes his head. I don't know. They can't live in fear forever. We can't just keep giving up home after home. We can't keep getting pushed back.
It's an impossible problem.
It'll need to be dealt with. Force them to use them. We use their, He scratches his head for a moment and scratches at his beard and stubble. Take their confidence after what happened at the Fastila Bay. Their confidence that they can use the scourges to decimate us. And, use that confidence against them. Let them overextend, use it on a small contingent. Do what they can to not allow... Shakes his head. That will be my first guess. Trick them into using them. In an even fight, the Red Band do not stand against Kyn Taryn, let alone an allied entire Gahrland. You know that as well as I do.
For my part, I pray that some other solution can be found. There is no telling what travesty a scourge would bring.
They're not instant.
Why don't you just stop fighting?
Because, Ishri, they are in our homes.
Imagine a bunch of monsters come into your home, push you out, kill your friends and family, anyone who can't survive in the middle of the night, forced to escape with the clothes on your backs and whatever you could carry and load up on horses. Would you be willing to just leave it?
If fighting them meant more people dying, then yes, of course. It's just a home.
And what when they come for the next home?
I suppose I don't know.
The Shaymar Expanse is our best option. Our numbers, they're at our best. We can outnumber the Red Band if we get everyone together. I know that. There can't be that many of them. Just can't. But nonetheless, we keep falling back. The numbers advantage won't matter. The Shaymar Expanse is open, wide plains of cavalry. We have more men than them. We meet them there. I think it's our best chance. Turns to you, Owen. Your father thinks the same.
I hope that my news has changed his mind. Something is not right here.
But what
Until
do
we learn
then?
more, I don't know. Try and learn more. But if we meet them in open battle, even if they are defeated, who is to say that they do not just use the scourges out of spite?
They cannot all be as solely beneficial to the Red Band as the Scourge of Rymus.
Perhaps not, but
there has to be risk involved. They have to have second chance thoughts that things will not work.
That is not a gamble. That is not a gamble that I would take lightly, Ironblade.
Then what? We fall to Anduin and fight on the Riselands?
I did not say that.
They will eventually be forced to stop advancing. They'll just be stretched too thin. But I don't know when that will be. Did they take the northern half of Gahrland? Did they stop at Nashtween? Don't know.
Nor do I.
We don't even want to risk sending scouts or spies or anything towards Varot right now. There's too much. We don't know what they're capable of. Don't know.
It seems like that would be the best. Seems like that would be the best path forward. Send people in who wouldn't be seen, try to find the scourges, steal them, render them unusable in some way. Seems like that'd be the least risk to at least your side of this.
It's been brought up. That is, in all likelihood, that is a suicide mission. There is no way that there are not people who could. They get there, and what if they? Would they not want to trigger it? End the war?
With the scourges involved, seems like everything's a suicide mission. March on them and have their entire army destroyed.
He leans back against the quartermaster's desk at this point. Either way, this news that you've brought, Owen, it changes things. Hopefully. No one will be making any rash decisions until the Kyns all speak.
My mother said that it could take a week more for them to gather.
If your father is calling this assembly, it will. It will require dragging people kicking and screaming into that room. For fear that he's going to ask for 1 billion more men. That he wants to just take Varot by force at any means necessary. And they don't want to do that. Everyone's trying to be smart about this in their own way. Like I said, for my words, for my belief, an attack on the Shamar expanse. We defend there. With or without the scourges. That would be the best we could do. Keep scouts, make sure they don't do the same thing they did at the bay. But I don't know. Scourges are not... Nothing that... He shakes his head. None of the training and war games of Varot ever taught you how to deal with arcane powers that can alter the field of battle on a whim.
It is not magic. that people are meant to have.
Walker nods at this.
And yet, here it is. I have it. Who knows how bad things would have been if not for the scourge of Petrica. When they had momentum. You have to be careful about who you're going to trust here. For my belief, Owen, there are still people here in Gahrland who know about these scourges, and I still am confident that it was someone on our side who caused the Petrica.
I suspected as much for some time, but
there was no reason for it to be something done by Lenore. There was no battle going on that required powerful arcane abilities. There was no turning the tides of anything. It was either someone trusted with a mistake, or it was something on our side. He shakes his head a bit. Well, if you have any more questions, I don't know how quickly you're going to want to be getting going towards the Dokar post, but...
my companions and I, we will need to speak. There is much to decide.
I'll be at the keep tomorrow morning to debrief you on anything you might need to know. I'll get a full list of any information we have.
I will see you tomorrow then. I'm late.
Young Lord McDurk, it's a pleasure to have you home.
It is good to be home.
So, you guys are re-equipped with all of your things.
Did they take good care of my stuff?
I mean, they didn't polish it or anything.
Yeah.
But it's all still there. Nothing's busted. They weren't throwing... They weren't babying it like a first class, you know, UPS. But they also weren't like American Airlines. They were somewhere in the middle.
So they didn't destroy Walker's guitar?
No, they didn't destroy Walker's guitar.
Good.
And they didn't destroy Ishri's comically large fucking aloe vera plant.
And she's just carrying it in both of her arms. The second she gets into combat, she's just gonna drop the fucking thing and grab her sword, and it's gonna be gone forever.
So, with that, as you guys gather your things, we will go ahead and take our first break of the night. Alrighty, so we return to the much happier music that I can now put on.
Yeah.
Thing isn't making music.
You guys are outside the outer courtyard of the Eastwind Keep in the one of the twin capitals of Gahrland, Nashtween. You are free. Free from the shackles of suspicion. Free from the shackles of the police state of Lenore. You are free. What are you guys doing?
As the group does what it does, Walker is very, very thoroughly checking over both of his crossbows to make sure there is no damage to them.
No damage.
He is thorough nonetheless.
Owen buckles on his sword and settles back into its comfortable weight on his hip.
The only thing Evian checks is his bottle of alcohol.
The Walker
Still there
given
in
bottle.
court. Still...
Could Ishri So could Ishri rig something up, perhaps with some of the bag of loose clothing that she has, so that the plant is tied to her back, but she's still able to grab her greatsword from her back?
Jury rig.
Yeah, probably. It'll take a hot few minutes, but you could probably do that. I will rule that there's no way you'd be able to run with that on your back, but you could probably walk with it. You're strong enough.
Is there a way she can put in a quick release, so if she needs to run, she just, like, pulls it, just runs?
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah.
It works.
She could just tear it. Yeah. So, creating a pouch for your comically fucking large aloe plant and fucking ceramic pot. Oh.
Give Owen a couple days, and he'll just secretly sing to it and make it a little bit bigger every night.
It's weight training.
Oh. It'll be like, she'll have to, you guys will be heading somewhere, you'll have to go under like a bridge and she won't make the clearance.
Oh no.
Like one of those highlight videos of the Russian truckers.
But it's just like the ends of the fucking aloe plant broken off. Oh.
Where to, Owen? Looks like you're in charge here.
Ben, does Owen know of a place that he could order a certain garish delicacy for his friends?
Oh no.
Is it copious beer?
Give me a history check.
That goes without saying.
Give me a history check.
Sure. This is very important, then.
Is it fucking black pudding?
History check. Nice.
Though there are many places where you can order these things, there is one within Nashdween that is probably the most garish. And I mean that in both definitions of the word.
That's funny.
Excellent.
And that would be the Wooden Wreath. A large tavern in the northernmost portions of the city.
Follow me, lads. I know just the place. Owen sets off to the north.
Walker walk.
Sure.
Heading through the winding streets of Nashdween, it is, for those of you who have never been to Gahrland or never really been away from major cities outside of Lenore, this is different. This is a completely different experience. The city is not... With Verona, the city was multiple stories tall. There were imposing fortresses and other, like, guards' houses and all these things that broke up the skyline and made it feel almost claustrophobic and very tall. What Nashdween lacks in height, it makes up for in landmass. The city has paved streets, but not really. It's old brickwork streets that wind and cobble throughout the fairly flat countryside. And there is just, it's so much flat land with simple hills that occasionally there's stairs you have to go down to descend a few feet. But other than that, everything is open. Not just that, but even the lower quality homes have yards. Like, almost every house has a yard and space. Lots of people having small gardens in their yards, being able to grow trees. There's so much more greenery, and especially once you get, like, immediately away from the Eastwind Keep. Like, the further away from the center, the north center of the, I'm sorry, the south center of the city you get, the more open it is. What look like farmhouses converted, made a bit smaller or a bit more compact, but some people even do have small farms in their front yards. But the willingness to accept both foreigners and Lenorian exiles alike in the past, it meant there was a need to expand quickly, so you'll see a wall that is up but not guarded when it has expanded to another level, and then another. With the incredibly quick expansion and growth in the last 100 years of Nashdween to being this very, very spread out metropolis. Unlike anything most of you have ever seen before. You head through these winding streets, and Owen, this is much more in line with, you know, you're in a city, but you're still pretty at one with nature. Like, even in the center of the city, there are birds. There are nature, dogs, things like that, just roaming because there's things for them to live in. There's bushes, there's trees, there's fences, and all of these yards, and it's just so much more simple, for lack of a better description, than the metropolis-like, almost city that never sleeps, New York-esque medieval version of Verona that you had before. Eventually, you guys make it to a large, wide open, you can see there is what amounts to, it looks almost like a large tiki bar that wraps around about half of this building before you can go in, where there's just outdoor seating like crazy. There is a second floor above most of it that's enclosed, but what looks like most of this bottom floor is just open, and there are just people drinking. There's revelry and happiness and celebration throughout. As you reach the wooden wreath, hanging right next to the sign, there is a cracked wooden crown with where you would expect something like a, you know, a circlet, you'd have a crown jewel or something. Here it is a hand with a middle finger.
That's something.
Oh no.
Welcome to Gahrland!
I love this place.
Owen, he pulls up short and he turns around and he spreads his hands and he says, "My friends, welcome to the wooden wreath."
The wooden what?
Wreath.
Wreath?
Aye.
Yes.
Is that what that is? And she points to the middle finger, like.
You've never seen a wreath before? Here,
I mean,
look,
Not like
over-
that.
she's
Look here,
kind of
look,
joking. She's kind of joking. Kind of not.
She's being a facetious
There's one
dick.
right over here, and Evian's pointing at his own hand where he's flipping Rama.
Fucking Rob flips Evie off too.
Ishri flips everyone off.
That's the spirit, lads.
You sure you never change.
I'll explain to Ishri what that sign means.
How do you explain that actually? Because I'm curious. I'm curious how you do it.
Yeah, that's an important one. You're not translating now, buddy. You gotta do it.
Oh no. Oh no. It means like
It means fuck you.
I'm speaking in Elvish here.
Oh, okay.
Get off
I can
get on my
still
level.
say it. I mean, obviously,
And then Amari
you're
flicks
saying
you off.
something to her.
Yeah, Mari flicks you up.
It flip you up too.
It's supposed to mean like fuck you, but like it's more like in a mean way. Like someone like bumps into you and they don't say sorry, so you turn around and flip them off or whatever.
Do you all hate each other then?
No, it's but in this way we're just joking around right now.
I don't speak Elvish. Sorry.
As opposed to saying "fuck you" in a "fuck you"
In a sexy way? Is that what you were getting at?
Yeah.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh.
No.
Ooh. Anyway, so
Ooh.
Walker walks inside.
so are you satisfied with this explanation, Ishri?
We flip off Walker.
That seems deserved. Ishri says that one in Lenorian.
So Owen will lead the way into the wooden wreath, and his demeanor kind of changes. Like as he enters it, you see he almost takes on this more like reminiscent of Fergus's behavior at the what was that place called? The place in Starshore where he was like the ringleader of the party time. Darrow Fort, yeah. He's like, if people are amenable, he's like, and he's like slapping backs and like, hey, that kind of thing.
As you walk in, just outside, like, there's an outdoor bar as well, obviously, because you can't have just one bar. You would know, Owen, there are 4 bars in this, I believe 4, in this tavern.
Gotta have it.
Obviously they don't have room for a full menu. There's not a lot of the options for food, but there are 4 bars. The one outside, like there's some people sitting at. There's tables as well beyond it. You just kind of step up onto a boardwalk. It's just one step, and then you're just standing with people. And someone from a table just like looks over at you and it's just like, "Oi, it's the fucking McDuck boy! Get him a fucking drink!" And like a couple people stop, and then just like you just start hearing the sound of coin getting thrown around.
Owen smiles and he, like I said, he takes on a kind of like more Fergus, an attitude more reminiscent of his uncle.
And
What a lovely country.
After a moment, there are maybe a dozen tankards of varying ale that are brought over to you on a large plate.
As the first person approaches, Eitri is going to give them just middle fingers.
Guy just looks at you and just like...
We slap
face.
We slap Eitri's hand down.
He just looks at you and he's just like, "Oh, fuck you too, bitch!" And then just takes the rest of his ale and he like goes to swig it and then just spits it in her face.
Oh!
Fight him!
Like licks some of it off her face.
It's a very earthy ale. It's got a little bit of that bitter aftertaste of.
It tastes like someone's mouth.
Not helping.
This is quite good. Thank you. I feel like it'd be more efficient just drinking it out of a cup.
Well, it's up to you now, ain't it, miss? And he goes and starts drinking.
He
Another
speaks
one just
Lenorian?
walks away.
He speaks Lenorian or Elvish?
Oh, she's saying all this in Lenorian, so.
I'm assuming. I'm assuming then that is Amari.
Amari is like, how about? Well, assuming Lenorian would probably get her beaten up, he'll just say, speak in Elvish, so I can know what you're trying to tell people and not get you beaten up.
Is no one speaking Lenorian here? I thought you said there were Lenorian like exiles in the city. Is there no one?
I mean, there were 100 years ago when it was founded. Now it's almost. It's probably 95% Garish spoken here.
Got it.
I mean, I assume speaking Lenorian is not going to get you fucking killed.
No, but you'll get some weird looks for sure.
Well, she's sitting at a table with the fucking prince.
Yeah.
Like,
Still, we probably get some looks.
Okay. Yeah, so
We don't want to affect Owen's
just say,
reputation.
like, speak in Elvish unless you're speaking to us.
And
Is there an empty table?
there are.
Walker's gonna find an
they're
empty
not
table.
sitting. These are outside as standing tables. Like there's a couple of chairs sitting around, but for the most part, it's about standing around. There's not a lot of sitting in Gahrland.
So there's no like good sitting tables inside.
Maybe inside. You guys are still outside at this point when Ishri
would
gets
like
a
to
drink
go
thrown into her
inside.
face. You guys head inside. What are you doing with the? What are you doing with the almost dozen tankards of ale that have already been brought to you while you're standing around?
Drinking
them out.
Quick,
is this for the table or just for Owen? What's happening?
They were all bought for Owen, but obviously, you know.
He can do what he wants with them.
If Walker
quick
was handing one,
question.
he'll bring it
If
inside with
Owen
him.
is sharing, which I assume he is, Evian can real quick chug like 3 to 7.
Then is this like also like a hotel type of place?
Doesn't look like
you can
it.
get a room?
It doesn't
No?
look like it,
Okay.
no.
Only drinks at the Wooden Wreath.
Well, how? What does Simon do with all the gems he has?
We talk about that later. Calm down.
Okay.
Oh.
Hopefully they're stored safely.
They're
We don't want any of these
huge
rust for
pouch by
How
himself.
much ale can I get for this diamond?
Diamonds are not for sale.
Can you,
They're
can
very
you,
important.
can you break this diamond for me?
Simon just
Sure!
has like
Pounds it with a massive fist.
Simon has his big sack. He's
Break
at his
your
side at all
fucking
times.
hand.
Simon's got a big sack.
Simon has a
Into
always
to
has
back
a
it up.
big sack. Simon's also not being outgoing. His hood's up still.
Heading inside, it's not all tables, there are more. There are still a lot of people standing around drinking. It is essentially Friday night in Gahrland. This place is packed. Like, you go in and you're like, oh, excuse me, like, you have to shove people out of the way to get anywhere, and you get in and, like, there's a couple of tables, but there's a lot of people just standing around drinking and just being merry right now.
A table room, right? That sounds good. Let's do that.
All right. The tables, these aren't private tables. You'll be sitting, essentially shoving other people aside, which, those of you in the know, that's not culturally unacceptable to make yourself fit. So,
I mean, I imagine like Owen just like motions to Evie. And...
Yeah, even can clear some room.
all right.
Excellent.
You guys eventually are able to get part of one of the long tables in the main hall of the Wooden Wreath. With drinks in hand, a couple of moments go by, and you see this garish woman, very much more slender than most of them, but you can still tell she's got, like, she can definitely fucking take care of herself. And she comes over, her hair very thickly braided. She's got a headband on that's keeping it back even further, so it's all coming out of, like, a tied headband. And she just... So... What can I get... What? Like... God's fucking weep. I weren't fucking around outside. You are the McDeck boy.
Owen smiles. The very same.
I hear they were saying the rumours were false. There wasn't no McDeck boy back in Ashtween. They said all them McDecks was dead.
It'll take more
Well,
than
a round
that.
on... You already have a round. All right. Already got a round.
We will take more rounds.
You know what? Fine. The next round on the house special ale.
Well, that's very gracious of you. I have a request as well.
A request? I am all ears, young lord.
My friends, you understand, it's their first time in Nashtween, and I think they'll agree with me when I say that they would love to experience what the Garish bread bowl tastes like.
One for the whole table, or are you getting crazy with it? One for each of them?
Aye.
All right.
Walker narrows his eyes at the two funny people talking conspiratorially.
Do we know what that is?
Yeah,
Do any of us
I feel
know?
like
Evian, you can give me a history check. Amari, you can give me a history check.
Can I have advantage?
You don't have advantage, but you're able to roll it. Simon, no. You and Evian, you and Amari.
I feel like she'd get a roll.
I've had
Hold
one
on,
of
I'm
these.
pulling it up. It was closed.
I've definitely had normal.
Evian, you've heard of it. You're not exactly sure what it is.
What have I heard of it?
What's the context?
They are...
Is it terrifying?
They're a traditional, mostly mainland dish. Like, it's not...
That
You've
would
probably
explain
heard
why.
of them a bit from your time in Kjalor, mostly when mainlanders had them, but they weren't, like, commonly served. It's a mainlander dish akin to, like... The best way I could describe it? Something like a shepherd's pie, kind of.
Does Amari know with an 8?
An 8? Amari, you've never fucking heard of it.
It's not like a super hard
No,
pick.
you've never fucking heard of it.
Okay.
Get fucked. I'm better than you with half
Okay.
the numbers.
Oh.
And as he places the order, Owen he's got this wide grin on his face.
She does look at you, and like as she like leans in, she's like, "The first timers, or
Oh, all of them.
a bit stronger though, or you want just the the little baby one?"
Walker's
I
eyes
suppose
go
we should
narrow.
start small.
Oh,
Don't
no,
want to
no,
hurt the
no,
wee
no,
lambs.
no. I do not need your cowardice.
She like pats Owen on the shoulder as like, "Well, he's gonna be hating you come morning," and gets up and
Well,
walks
see-
away.
We'll see
How
about
narrow
that.
can what-
Rom levels a quizzical gaze at Owen.
And
How narrow
Owen
can-
returns the most "what" look you've ever seen him have.
How narrow can one man's eyes get? Walker is nearing a record.
Walker's eyes are shut.
He has become Brock.
They're so shut. One's going in underneath the other.
A few moments go by, and you guys are brought another round of ale. It is the house special, that strong, earthy one that Ishri liked.
Walker's gonna try it. Thankfully, without a face.
Amari's gonna flavor his with prestidigitation to taste like honey mead.
What? Oh, okay.
Owen will rise and he'll like kind of raise his tankard and he'll look around at everyone and he'll say, "My friends, we have made it. There is nothing that we cannot do. To new beginnings."
Yay! We cheer.
Yes.
You
Evian
begin to
will,
hear other
will-
people throughout the bar cheering, and you hear a couple other people respond back, "To new beginnings!" Just in agreement with whatever the fuck is said.
Walker's
Hooray! Woo!
Evian will raise a glass to that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Raise.
And very quickly lower it into his mouth.
The entire glass?
He just lowers the glass bottom first into his mouth.
I'm so hungry.
He unhinges his jaw.
I haven't
He's, like,
eaten
he fucking
all
bites
day.
off like a corner and just like sucks it.
Oh, about 10 more minutes go by, and finally you see the woman, the waitress, if you will, coming back out carrying a couple of what look like... They look like, nice, round, almost like oversized brioche buns. There is some steam coming out of the sides of them.
This terrifies me, but I'm excited.
Being a patient man, Walker gives a look at his, but you said she brought one for everyone?
She has brought 2 out so far. She only has 2 hands.
Okay.
And these are
Well,
decently big, like...
I'm going to assume that Evian's just going to grab one. Being the patient man Walker is, he's going to wait for
she does
Evian
not
to-
place one in front of Evian. He asked for a specific one.
Oh, yeah,
okay.
Evian ain't grabbing shit yet.
Being patient, Walker watches as someone else tries it first.
Okay.
Amari,
The first 2
yes.
would be in front of whoever is sitting next to Owen. You
I'm
guys are
sitting
free to
next to
sit.
Evian
so-
would be sitting next to Owen, probably.
We're at like a long table, right?
Yes. Are you all on one side or
I
on
think
both
Walker
sides?
will be on the other side.
Okay.
Walker will be on the other
I
side.
assume we have like an end, like Owen's at the head, then we've got both sides next to him.
So, Walker and Simon are handed the first 2.
Okay.
Okay. Simon would partake.
Right. As you are given a... It's a decently large spoon. It's not by any means a giant wooden ladle, but like it's a big wooden spoon. Bigger than any that you probably have ever eaten a dinner with before. Like
Like a grandma spoon?
about, yeah. So the first thing you do, the top has been cut and you like lift it off and it's like some sort of stew inside. It is brown and smells vaguely of a strong gravy. There's bits of mushroom and some kind of spice floating in the top.
And we'll take, like, it would be called broth or soup at this point.
stew?
Yeah, I'd say a stew at this point.
Okay. We'll
Yeah.
just
It probably the
steam of that.
gravy is what he said.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's
Like,
like
what would
a
be
gravy base, but yeah, I would say it's a stew. It's
Sauce
some
would
sort
also
of
be applicable.
some sort of
And
strong
that's
meat
top.
stew.
So if someone puts the spoon in there and like gets to the bottom,
I mean, the bottom is more bread. If you mean the bottom, it's a bread bowl.
oh,
That's why it's called a
okay.
garish bread bowl.
Yeah, but where's the needles or the insects? Like, where's the goof?
I mean, it's pretty big.
A piece of bread and dips it. And
All
then,
right. It's pretty good. It's a little like bitter at first. Like this is a very it's a very like beef-based gravy, so it's a bit stronger than like a turkey gravy would be. A bit, I believe, saltier. William, correct me if I'm wrong.
It would just depend on how it was made.
Yeah, but yeah,
Savory might
it's
be
a
what
bit of
you're
like a
looking for.
saltier base.
Savory might be what you're looking for.
But it's pretty good. Pretty fucking good. As you take a couple bites, it's filling. Like when I say a bread bowl, I mean it's about the size of your head. This is a big ass bread bowl.
I like bread bowls.
Over the course of a couple of moments, a couple more come out, and then the last one to come out. Owen, did you want one too as well, or no?
Yeah, Owen will have one of the not extravagant ones.
Okay, so the same kind that they're having.
And these are supposed to be small.
Yeah. Evian. She brings yours out alone. It is about 18, 20 inches in diameter.
Oh, bless.
It is this
Good lord.
massive, like you can see like some of the bread around the sides where it was cut is already kind of soggy and like starting to like, droop just because it was probably overfilled a bit. It's dripping around the outside.
Oh my god. Yes.
It is scalding fucking, like, this shit was put right from a thing into this fresh bread. The bread's still, like, the bread's nice and warm and hot around the edges. A little bit, just a tiny bit crunchy around the bottoms and the very outside edges.
This is the best thing anyone's ever described to me.
Um,
Mitchell wants to eat this.
As you take a bite, like you start going in, you pull out a whole turkey leg that was submerged in it.
Okay.
Let's go. Jackpot.
Beef gravy my ass.
Oh. And you know what? Ben?
Yep.
I'm gonna eat the whole goddamn thing.
All right. So,
He's a
at
big
this
boy.
point, anyone who's trying to eat the whole thing is going to have to give me Constitution saves. These are going to get
baby.
strong.
Are they like spicy or something?
They're not spicy. It's just, if you're
I
trying to eat
assume
it
they're-
all, it is a lot.
Did you say check
mean,
or save?
Saves.
I mean,
Uh,
it's like the.
we
I've had a burger that
feasted,
big
baby.
before.
Yeah, I think Owen's going ham too. He's had a trying day.
Yeah, Amari, you've had a burger that big before. You're okay. Rom, you're fine. It's a damn good
Oh, I
bread
was talking
bowl.
about Mitch. I was talking about Mitch.
I was talking...
I think as soon as Walker sees Owen going on his, he'll start eating his, but he's not gonna fucking try to finish the whole thing.
Okay.
Like, pick at it while mainly drinking.
Ishri is gonna eat until she's full, and then she's gonna wrap up the remainder for later in probably a sock that she's got on the side.
All right. Oh.
It's what she's got. Carry her leftovers.
All right. Wrapping your leftovers aside. Evian,
Yeah, what up?
you get about 5 minutes in. You've eaten a leg. There's you then start, and there's like bits of what look like cut up steak that you're fishing out of it.
That's beautiful.
You get about halfway done, and you see the waitress come back over, and she begins pouring some sort of strong, thick ale into it.
Oh my god.
Hell.
This is the best thing that's ever happened.
That sounds gross.
Give
That
me
looks
another
gross.
Constitution save, Evian.
Oh god, another one?
Oh, you wanted the full one, dude. You're getting the full thing. Whew.
Yes, sir.
You start. It's a little bit soupier now. The bread is getting very soggy around the bottom.
Of course.
It's you're starting to like have to speed up just so it doesn't like get everywhere as it starts to leak. There's no plate. Like they just put these on the table.
Oh, that's a mess and a half.
Yeah, they need to eat that. Yeah, don't let it leak. Oh, and you know that's don't let it leak.
I think he would like as the boys begin to start eating, he takes up his own spoon and he would say he kind of uses it as like a baton and he points around at everyone and he says, if there's one rule about eating a garish bread bowl, it is that you must not let it leak. Now have at it, boys.
So,
Oh god. The second of a leak, I will slap my face where the leak is and slurp.
Oh no!
Christ.
Evian, you get to the point where there's not a lot left. It's kind of at the bottom. You've worked on some of the bread on the outsides, tearing it up and dipping it in. You've sopped up most of it. And she comes back for the third part.
I'd be disappointed if there wasn't
You
one.
see this... It looks like a hunk of beef, presumably has been slow cooked for a while. It is just this hunk of beef.
Oh god.
She puts it in there, pours a little more of that gravy over it, and then she pulls out this small little vial and starts shaking some spices into it, and just gives you like, stir it up good, and heads off.
Oh god. Murray, can you give me a pep talk?
There's nothing I can do. There's nothing he can do. This is all I can do. And he puts a hand on his shoulder and just looks him in the eyes. And that same mist comes out, and you were inspired, my friend, just from him giving you the look.
All right, Evian, one more
That means the
Constitution
world to
save.
me.
This one with disadvantage.
It's a D8.
You got disadvantage on this one.
It's a D8, my
Yeah.
friend.
You know what? That's not terrible.
It fucking burns. This is like, holy shit. Oh, you would know. These are some sort of imported ghost-esque pepper, dried out and added to it.
Owen says not a word.
Nice.
There are many versions of the Garish bread bowl. This is just theirs. Your eyes start going bloodshot and watering. You're instinctively crying. Your nose, you can't like smell anything, just pain at this point.
I just smell pain.
You smell, yeah, it's just pain that you smell.
What is pain?
You're gonna keep going?
I'm finishing until I die.
Can I
Death is the end of this
Can I
meal.
get a take in there real quick?
Okay.
So Walker's just like he's got like one corner of the bread bowl like nibbled, like munched on.
Sad.
He's like sipping his fucking drink and looking at Evian, and then looks to Owen, still sipping. So I would acknowledge this look. Acknowledge the. Is this what you wanted,
Evian looks over at Walker, his mouth full of something, and he says, "The great sun is giving up."
Yes! There are a few people watching now as well.
Owen punctuates Evian's quip by still using his now stew-covered spoon to point at Walker, and he says, totally straight-faced, "You know, that was supposed to be you, if I had my way."
Gonna have to get up a lot earlier than that to pull one over on me, or wait until I'm a few more drinks in.
Well, here, and Owen raises his flagon.
Oh. Evian,
Hey.
you're fighting it. You're doing everything you can to finish this fucker. You can feel your stomach starting to burn. Your eyes hurt. You're brushing even brushing your hair back and it's like, oh fuck, like you get your hands close to your eyes and it's like, oh god. But you're not giving up. I'm gonna allow you one more Constitution save because you're trying your damnedest here.
Oh boy.
Wait, hold on. I have a thing, but I'm not quite sure how I want to word it. Okay, I got it.
I'll wait.
So if Evian's like, is he obviously struggling?
I think
Look at PM Sven.
he looks like he's in pain. I mean, tears are streaming down his face. His nose is running. He's dying.
All right,
but he's pushing on.
Second inspiration, take it or leave it.
Man.
So Owen's gonna go. He's gonna get up from his seat at the head of the table, and he's gonna sit next to Evian, like any true bro would. And he's gonna put his arm around Evian's shoulders, and he's gonna whisper in his ear. He's gonna say, "Come on, Evian, you've got this. I believe in you."
Just gives like a.
And he whispers, "I cast enhance ability."
Not that one, but this one.
Are you gonna bless him?
Blessed.
All
right.
Does it work on Dave?
That's a check. Save. You need
Oh,
resistance.
You need
Well,
you need bless. You need to use bless.
If I need bless, I'll
gotta
use
use
bless.
bless.
All right, use it. Or use it on anybody else?
Dude.
Who else are you blessing?
I think just Evian. I
All
don't
right.
think it really matters.
Evian, you have a free attack of opportunity
I hope-
if you'd
I
like to
hope
take it on this
myself.
bread bowl.
Yeah, I wanna take a.
He
I
gets
wanna
a free
take
extra
punch
bite.
at Ishri.
Hang on, I'd like to remind you, Mitchell, that an unarmed strike can also be a bite, and you could use it in the bread bowl.
He just mistakenly bites the spoon and just eats the spoon.
I thought this was
Oh, no.
chicken wing.
Oh, all right. Amari, did you give him inspiration? Oh my god.
Hey, was that
That was supposed to be a disadvantage.
No, it was just a straight roll. That was just a straight roll.
Let's
Oh.
go.
You
Okay.
finish it. You get to the end. The sopping is done. All you've got left is the bread. Your face is in pain. The bread is spicy at this point. It has sopped in this strong, just painful amount of spice. And you are just... You put it down. Your stomach is grumbling. There are people who are just like, ah! Applauding you for finishing this.
That means it's free, right?
That is normally the rule, yeah. If you finish it, it's free. If you don't, you're
Do I get
ridiculed
my
for the rest of
picture
your
on the
time here.
wall?
T-shirt.
Evian, you're not going to have a comfortable night of sleep, let me tell you.
That's fine. I'm okay with that.
You got it
It was
down.
worth it.
You did a damn impressive job. Your first Garish bread bowl. Take it away.
Take. What do you mean, take it away?
Take it away, Evian!
What does that mean?
How do you finish it?
The bread. How do I finish the bread bowl?
How do you finish it?
Okay. I wasn't expecting this. Let me think for a few seconds.
Let's give him like several minutes. Let's go. All go. I don't know. Take a shit collectively at the same time. I can't. Give him time to think.
You know what, Ven? Evian's a simple man. There's no finesse needed. At the end, he's not using the spoon anymore. He's shoveling. And he just continues to shovel. And after finishing, he doesn't even notice it's gone. He tries to take a bite of the bowl. It doesn't work.
There's
The spoon?
bowl?
There's no bowl.
Yeah.
Oh, there is
It's
no
a
bowl.
bread
Oh,
bowl.
that's right. The bowl's the
Yeah,
bread.
it's the bread. The bowl is the bread. Yes.
Oh, I misunderstood. Oh, shit.
He
Wonderful.
licks the table where the breadcrumbs are.
No spilling allowed.
If there are, he's finishing it off by on each finger.
It is a level of pain you probably haven't felt inside in your entire life. Like, you've been punched very hard. You've been stabbed, beaten, bruised, bludgeoned. You've had your shit kicked in. Nobody's ever stabbed you from the inside before. Fuck, it hurts, but you have successfully defeated a Garish bread bowl.
Once Evian has taken his last bite and he is pronounced victorious, Owen will get him up and raise one of his arms in his own, and he'll shout to the crowd, "Let's hear it for Evian of Eta Ursa, conqueror of the Goddess Bread Bowl!"
And people just start, hey! They just start like banging flagons together, clambering anything they can.
Evian just looks like a little dead inside, but triumphant. He's clearly in a lot of pain.
I will say this, Owen. You don't want to touch your eyes right now after raising his hand. I'm imagining like his beard's just dripping.
Oh, no, yeah, his beard is disgusting.
Oh.
Just covered in things.
He'll just
He'll use his shirt as a napkin.
There you go.
Homeless Evian.
So, as you guys enjoy your drinks and your food, Evian, you conquer the Garish Bread Bowl. At least the Garish Bread Bowl of Nashdween, of the Wooden Wreath.
Oh god, there's more.
Oh yes, they are each place has their own Garish Bread Bowl.
We must conquer the other 7 Garish Bread Bowls to become to challenge the Garish
It's
Bread
the
champion.
it's the big game-long subquest of the game.
I think a lot of help was gotten from my 2 friends. I wouldn't have been able to succeed without them.
Is this your acceptance speech?
I'm just gonna say that fucking inspiration, that first one Mari threw at you, is the reason that food is still down right now.
Yep. Oh, I can imagine an 8 would have about killed me.
Oh, that
Or
was a
2,
4.
rather.
The D8 gave you a 6. That was a 4 without him.
Shit.
That's really funny.
Making eye contact with Amari for that vital half second really got to me, you know?
Yeah, your eyes are watering. They're burning.
He's so dreamy.
Thanks, Alex.
Okay.
I'd imagine, and where usually when he speaks for the inspiration, it just comes from his eyes for that brief second.
God,
that
there's
quick
blood
magic.
mist coming from his eyes. That's terrifying.
Yeah.
So,
But only Evian can see it.
you guys have successfully enjoyed a Garish meal in Nashdween. There is more celebration. About 5 minutes later, someone else speaks up. Just got word! I'm confident of it now! My wife's pregnant! Having my son, boy! And just everyone starts celebrating just as reveliously.
Yeah, we
How do you know it's gonna be a boy?
Confidence. Had 2 already.
That is.
Oh my god.
My favorite thing is that we came here to talk, and instead we're.
This is your fault, Nick.
I know.
You did this.
I know.
It's
No
your
regret.
fault that we've had a wonderful time.
No.
How dare you?
Whatsoever.
Ugh. So, there's not overt privacy, but people seem to, for the most part, be willing to, they stay in their own conversations. At one point, someone comes over and they just put a hand on Owen's shoulder and they're just like, my cousin, he was stationed in Citra. Thank you, man. You did a lot. And he just like pats you on the shoulder and walks away. He gets about 15 more steps before he almost falls in his butt. He has to catch him.
Owen just returns the man's look and smiles and nods at him.
I'm so proud that this country's indefinitely drunk.
You know.
Is it everything you ever imagined, Mitchell?
It's everything and more.
Is anyone dancing?
There's not really room to dance. Like, it's a little too crowded and there's no music. It's more just general revelry and celebration rather than any kind of music being played.
I'm sure if you asked, we could get a good Garish drinking song.
Yeah. So Ishri is going to probably several drinks in at this point. Supposed to be everyone is steadily drinking. Yeah. Yes. And Ishri, as always, is pounding them back very, very quickly, as she has learned to do from watching others. That's how you drink alcohol. Can we dance? Maybe perhaps the dances we learned at the Hint of Home, or perhaps there are others here.
No.
I want to specify that Walker is actually holding back a bit when it comes to the drinks.
I think Owen as well. Like he's not like abstaining, but he's definitely not like getting plastered or anything.
The Walker's right
Yeah,
can be compared to
that sounds
Owen's
about right.
typical, you know, what Owen typically does.
Typical token participation.
Yeah, like Walker's not going hard at all.
Oh, then Ishri's
Which
following
is-
suit on that.
Which is not, which, you know, is not in his wheelhouse typically, but, you know, it is. Were you having a scene, Hannah, with,
I mean, I said it. I said it out loud to everyone. So
I thought, didn't he respond? Mitch,
Yeah,
didn't you say something?
Amari was just like, not those dances.
okay, but I suppose others. Yes, we are in Gahrland now, right?
Yeah, but where are you gonna dance?
Top of the tables.
Amari just face palms. If I see you dancing like that on the tables, I'm gonna smack you.
Whoa!
I don't think you could if you wanted to.
Woo! I mean, I can. It just won't hurt. Not that I meant for it to hurt, but you get it. Don't dance like, because when you dance like that, it's for. He does the finger hole in the finger.
For intercourse? Oh, yes.
Oh.
And unless
Oh, no.
that's something you're actively looking out for, don't dance like that.
Very strange. That one would use dancing to ask someone to lay with them, but okay. But are there not? And she's saying this to everyone. Are there not garish dances or anything? I mean, I thought there would be.
Are there garish dances, then?
Owen did one.
I feel like Nick can answer this question as well or
Wait,
better than I ever could.
No, Walker has something to say. I want to hear it.
Owen showed us
Walker
one
teaches the gang
after
how
we
to
met
salsa dance.
Fergus.
Aye,
So,
that was a happy reunion. It was.
we'll see more of Owen was egged on to do it by his uncle rather than it was him showing us anything.
No, I don't mean to force you to do anything, but I'm simply curious.
Oh, it's sort of hard to dance without music.
Or space.
I'm sure if you asked.
Isha just nods. Ishri then, okay, Ishri goes up to the woman who was talking to them earlier. Who was handing them drinks earlier. Ma'am.
Yes.
Could we have music and space for a dance?
She looks around. I mean, I suppose you can, but I'm not going to be asking them to move. You're free to. You're on your own for producing music. I can clap, but that's about it.
Does it look like anyone has instruments?
Give me a perception
Or things
check.
Ishri recognizes as instruments?
Oh no! Don't
The
let
only
us,
instrument
don't let us
I
see
have
Walker's
is
trombone.
pain.
Oh no.
Oh my god!
Looking around, you can see in the corner what you definitely recognize, like one of the actual like booths that's in the corner, like up behind it, you can see what looks like a set of bongo drums, and a couple of other things near it.
Ishri's gonna just take those?
No, there's someone sitting at that table. It's like behind the table. Like there's a group of people.
She's gonna go up to them. Excuse me, can you play those?
You see the gentleman, he's got kind of long, straight black hair. I mean, okay, but I got a drummer who can. Why? You looking for someone?
I want to learn about the dances here in Gahrland.
Wait, I don't know much about the dances in Gahrland. I'm foreign.
I mean, so am I. I was hoping. I was told there was music that was required.
Considers for a moment. I mean, I guess I've danced to just clapping before, though I'm no good at it. You okay, miss? And he like starts looking at the people that you walked over from.
Yes, I'm fantastic. Yes, thank you for asking. Can I borrow those drums?
I mean, you'd have to ask Barry when he gets back. He's out back taking a piss right now.
Okay. Which direction?
No, when he gets back. You wait. You wait.
Walker sees instruction, right?
Wait! I forgot. 100%. Ishri doesn't speak a word of Garish. God damn it!
I was gonna say something. I was gonna be like, "Oh, how is she talking?"
Is Amari going with her and translating this?
Yeah, and Amari like is like when she's like he doesn't have to rebuff the "I want to go to this person who is taking a piss." It is Amari who is like, no, we're waiting.
Ishri then sits down at this man's table and waits.
I mean, okay. And he offers you, like, he's got like a quarter of a drink left and he just kind of slides it towards you. Kind of awkward. Not awkwardly, but like unexpectedly.
Thank you. Would you like some of this bread bowl? And Ishri's gonna whip out her sock bread bowl.
Oh no!
Nice.
He looks to Amari after Amari translates.
He just shrugs.
Oh, she speak anything else? I feel like I'm missing the
Elvish?
joke here. Or you're translating from Elvish, right?
Yeah.
Does she speak anything else? Right.
Shakes his head.
I feel like I'm missing the joke here, and you might be too. But hopefully you're getting paid well for it.
Yeah, good enough.
Well,
he just kind of chuckles.
He reaches over to the tankard that presumably was his buddy's, and motions it to you. There you are. At least you get to enjoy yourself too. No? Alright, well.
Did we lose Hannah?
That was towards you, Mitch!
Yeah!
Oh! I'm stupid. I don't know. Amari, like, will take it and just kind of, like, give, like, a small cheers to him and then take a sip. After precipitating it to taste better.
Oh, what's that you doing?
Bit of magic.
Oh! What are you doing, though?
Making it taste better. Here. And he hands it back to him.
Oh, okay. Wait, what's it? And he starts taking a sip. What it tastes like?
Tastes honey mead.
Oh, that's really sweet. Oh, that's way too sweet. Oh, good sweep.
It's good for me.
Oh, how can you? Oh. He turns and poses the question to Ishri, forgetting that she doesn't speak the same language as him. How can you all drink that piss?
Translate real subtly.
Oh, please tell him it's absolutely disgusting.
It's absolutely disgusting.
She hates it. She hates it too.
It's absolutely good. She agrees. Yeah, it's absolutely disgusting. Absolutely. He then repeats very slowly in Garish, absolutely disgusting, and gives a thumbs up.
He knows that now. Cool. I'm gonna have to decide what she thinks it means, but you know.
He then points to Amari and repeats it. Absolutely disgusting, while pointing at Amari.
Amari then says it means absolutely disgusting in Elvish. And so now you know how to say absolutely disgusting in Garish.
Fuck.
That was Nick that time, who slapped his microphone.
I didn't do anything.
Your light came
Didn't
on.
do anything.
Well, at this point, you see this a bit of a shorter guy, not pudgy by any means, but like a little bit bigger, come in. He's got this this wide-brimmed hat with the brims curved up, shorter kind of curly hair sticking out the sides, a bit of 5 o'clock shadow, probably hasn't shaved in a couple days, a bit sunken in the eyes, but a bit of a smile on his face, and he just, oh, hello, what can I do for you all? Oh, Mr. Penn, looks like you made some friends without me. And
Yes, hello. I hope that you had a lovely piss. Could we bother you to play the drums or to borrow them?
Amari, could you please translate that for me?
Yep, I'll translate that for him.
I mean,
Word for word.
Yep, word for word.
Mitch?
I mean, the piss would have been better if you were there to help, but here we are.
Oh no!
Oh,
And he
Amari
gives
face
like a
palm.
little smile, a thumbs up.
Amari, translate that.
Yep. He doesn't like it, but he's doing it.
You are both perceptive enough to know that the other dude, the one you've been speaking to, referred to as Mr. Penn, is pissing himself laughing right now. Not literally, but God, he
Close
thinks.
enough.
Yeah.
It's his time to take a piss, and he does it in his pants.
Is he Ted Cruz?
Oh,
Oh!
oh.
Can we get a quick aside real quick?
No. Anyway.
Oh.
Wrecked.
So, what do you need, miss?
What we would like you to either play the drums so that we may dance, or can we borrow the drums?
Well, you
we
can't
can try
borrow them. They were my brothers, and they were my dad's before that, so you can't borrow them because you look like you have very large hands and you probably break them.
Yes.
And he kind of leans in at this point, like making sure to speak slowly and give me an insight check, both of you.
All right. Insight, you say?
I hate this. I hate everything about this.
My life.
Ishri, it is very obvious, even with the language barrier, they are just saying the most outrageous shit to fuck with Amari since he's translating for you. You know what?
Pretty fucking funny.
Those drums are... Pauses for a moment. I'm sorry about saying your hands are big and we'll probably break them. It turns out I just wish your hands were big enough to break me instead.
Oh, gosh!
Fucking.
But I translate nonetheless. I've had worse. It's
I've had worse.
and Ben knows I've had worse. It's been worse. But he's done it before.
Ugh. Poor Amari trying to be professional while these two fucking guys fuck with him.
I'd imagine the rest of us are listening in, like...
Can I please get that aside now so we can have that scene with the rest of the people talking about this scene?
Sure, go ahead.
So here's what happens. This scene's happening. Camera pulls back. We see Walker's face, like looking on in concern. And he looks to Owen. You really need to be careful what you tell her. This is not the first time this happened.
They're making friends.
Owen shrugs and he motions to to Ishri and Amari and he says he kind of sobers for a second and he says but a while walker, I wasn't sure if we would survive the day. Let her have her moment.
Walker doesn't have a rebuttal. So even Owen says, fuck you, Walker. Back to the other scene.
Right. As you guys enjoy
He's
this,
just losing his shit.
at this point he just, so, Mr. Penn, what do you think? He just, I think we could probably whip something up. How much coin you got to throw at us? He is specifically talking to Amari when he asks how much coin you got to throw at us.
Because Ishri's response immediately, even looking at Amari, is, I have no money.
You don't...
You don't know what he said.
The
This
language...
translation
you
is
don't-
fucking impossible.
You're right.
Because he doesn't instantly translate that bit. He's like, what's it for?
Well, I mean, you pay people to play. You don't just do it. I didn't spend 9 years learning to play the lute so that people could, ask me to do it for free.
Oh, fuck. Oh, we don't have any gold.
That's
Our
what he
thing's
said
back to
out
platinum.
loud.
Gold, silver, and copper. No, I just looked at our sheets. It's no longer whatever it used to be.
Been that way for a while.
I just noticed.
But you said that out loud. The fucking you don't have any gold.
translates it for me, but if he doesn't know.
Amari, did you say, oh fuck, we don't have any gold?
Mitch, hello?
Is Mitch dead?
I think we're losing him.
Mitch?
Uh,
Uh-oh.
I mean, if we want to put that on hold, I do have another.
Yeah, if you have
thing.
another scene.
Well, like a minute or so later, Walker's no longer paying attention to the other thing. He's sipping his drink, and he says,
you know, Owen, that first time you told me you were a soldier, this is not what I was expecting.
And what were you expecting, Walker?
Walker shrugs a bit. Maybe ex-son's chosen or something. He didn't seem the type to be in the red band or anything. Of course, Walker's speaking more hushed. But yeah, nothing like this.
Owen chuckles a bit and he says, "Could you imagine it, Walker? Owen McDirk, soldier of the Sun's Chosen."
Maybe in another life.
I don't think
That'd certainly be something to see.
Well, they're meant to be the honorable ones. Suppose you saw most of that firsthand.
does not change the fact that, well, does not change who they fight for.
I suppose not. But like I said, another life, another place. Maybe.
Hello? Yes?
Oh, there you go. Mitch is back. Perfect timing. You've been.
I was letting them do their scene is why I wasn't talking.
Anyway, so back to that. Did you say anything about not having any gold?
Oh well.
I think Nick had a
Oh, I'm
response.
sorry. I thought that was the end. I apologize. Can you finish your scene?
Owen kind of looks contemplatively down into his flagon of ale, and then he looks back up at Walker and he says, kind of gesturing around the tap room, "These are my people, one way or another. They may not be Taryn all, but," kind of shakes his head a little bit.
Suppose it's not worth thinking about other lives. And other lives you might have died before getting into Dunrock, and I might have died on a hunt. But we're here now.
Owen's face kind of sours a little bit, and still looking down into his ale, he says, "In another life, my father would have traded me for my brothers."
That's not how family talks.
It's about the worst thing, I suppose, a parent could say to their child. I don't even know if my mama would go there.
I don't know if he was always like that, but he used to ask me, you know, why can't you be more like your older siblings? I asked the Ironblade on the way here. He told me some things that I'll need to tell you all in due time, but he told me that I was lucky that it was him that was sent. And I asked him if my father would have wanted to have me killed on the beach. He did not have an answer.
Well, I suppose it's a good thing we're here now.
Aye.
And Walker will take a bit of a bigger drink than what his previous pace was doing.
Alrighty. Now we pop back on over. Amari?
Mari like does the thing where he like pats himself like as if to remind himself that he's broke. And just kind of shrugs. Kind of new here. Don't really have anything converted yet.
They both pause for a second and like their demeanor changes and they look at each other. And then they each like put a hand on your shoulder, Amari, and they're like, there. And then they look to Ishri. Well, there's another way he could pay us. Referring to Amari.
Oh.
My.
Did they translate?
Are you translating that? Ishri, you can tell at this point 100% they are fucking with him and having the time of their lives.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah.
Amari hasn't picked up on that probably.
No, he has not.
But he's just like, no, not doing that.
Amari, can you tell them to go easy on you? That you're really nice. Can you say that somehow?
He'll like squint and then just like translate. And then after he translates, he's like, "You're not messing with me, are you?"
They both just look shocked. I would never do that. Not once would I ever mess with... not... Yeah, we're fucking with you.
You're getting the squinty eyes.
Yeah, we're fucking with you. At this point, they both just guys smile and like one of them claps Ishri on the back. Thanks for going along with it. Your translator's a fucking hoot.
Mari just rolls his eyes. He's probably used to this.
She just smiles and nods and flips them off. Ishri! Big smile on her face.
They look mock offended again, and then the larger one, the wider one, the drummer that you never gotten the name of, like grabs Amari by like the scuff of his neck. What you doing that for, huh?
Ishri, why?
Ishri probably hopefully relatively, she just kind of takes his hands off of Amari and kind of puts herself between him and just kind of shakes her head no.
Oh, they slap you on the back again, still laughing, like almost pissing themselves laughing at this point.
Hey, I'm gonna assume would this be happening during the other scene?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, these were simultaneous scenes.
Can you ask them, Amari, that in exchange for the good fun they've had here at your expense, they give everyone else a little bit of fun and play some music?
He translates that.
Give me a persuasion check.
Me or her? Me, please?
Yeah, I'll say Amari in this case.
Thank God, I'm
What,
really
not our very charismatic paladin?
What are you talking about?
Oh, that sucks.
And he lifts you up and like he doesn't lift you literally, but he like lifts you out of the chair and so he can get to his drums. All right.
Ishri excitedly runs down the stairs. I'm assuming she's up. In my head, she was up. Runs down the stairs to Owen and just kind of like grabs Owen and whoever he's sitting next to, so Simon, and says, yes, I got someone to agree to make music. Evian, can you help me make some room? And Ishri's gonna hop up on the table and then pull Amari up next to her.
Christ.
And in Elvish, and then she's gonna like nudge Amari to yell after her. She's going to yell out, "Make some room for the young Lord McDurk."
Oh no!
I assume that the words "young Lord McDurk" would be in Garish, or given proper nouns.
Yep.
There's a bit of a pause.
She's probably recognized.
Yeah. There's a bit of a pause. You then hear, like, you start to hear people moving and, like, tables getting shoved around, and After a moment, you hear your waitress. Well, you had to make some fucking room for the young Lord McDuck. He's going to be throwing us on a show then.
Oh no.
Ishri just smiles at Owen and smiles at everyone and motions for the drummer to come down here.
Walker shoots Owen the "you should have listened" look.
Oh man.
Walker gives Owen a smug.
As you give him that look, you hear Owen mutter, "Oh Karad, give me strength."
I don't think Karad's influence is gonna save you here, buddy.
Yes, he is. He's gonna help me.
Karad's forsaking the shit out of you on this one. Oh my god!
Oh my god, you're actually doing it.
Oh.
Eagle splendor.
Oh. All right. A moment later, you begin to hear just this slow drum beat, and you see coming around the side from the slightly raised back area with the more tables. You see a man with he's got a set of 4 bongo drums that are currently he's got a strap around his neck and then on his waist, and he's starting to like play this very subtle thing. And the other gentleman, Mr. Penn, all right, we're the Twin Worms, and we're here. The fucking party for the young Lord McDuck! And he pulls out this lute. It's a very long lute. Like, it's probably a decent 6-8 inches longer than most lutes you would see, and begins playing. And you can see on the base of the lute and on the front of the 2 bongo drums, there are 2 very entwined serpents that go up it, kind of like the what's it called? The
caduceus?
The caduceus. But without anything in the middle. And at the end...
I don't know if that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah. Either way.
Yes, caduceus.
Either way. At the top, rather than having, like, dragon heads or something, it's 2 people with swept back hair and big gunslinger mustaches brandishing fists at each other. And they begin to play. First it's a drum beat, and then the lute begins to come in and hit a couple of low notes and start to move until it turns into this big, surprisingly high-quality crescendo as they begin playing.
So you see people that are watching, you see Owen's got usually like his mannerism is like it bounces between this like kind of quiet confidence, especially in battle, where Owen is very like in his element, you know, when he's like giving orders or practicing magic or anything like that. And then there's that other side of Owen where like he's around, like at the Hint of Home, where his face is scarlet and he like loses all composure, and neither of those are here. You see Owen get up and like he looks at you, Ishri, and there's like that sort of quiet confidence that like most men can only dream of having, and Owen's got it now for one. However he's managed to do it, he has it now, and he begins by clapping along with the music, and he kind of goes around the circle, clapping, looking at everybody, you know, kind of like getting the crowd, you know, all riled up. And then he begins his best garish river dance to the music.
All right. Give me a performance check.
It's going to be at advantage since I am a suave. I'm so suave.
You have called in this ancient, powerful being's abilities that have brought lives from the brink of death, that have saved people from the endless, undenying abyss, that have brought people to their knees when they wish to fight in order to dance better.
Exactly. That's exactly right. And I am just so big. That's pretty good. I'm okay with that.
Not that bad.
Some other people begin doing it, and eventually it gets to the point where, like, at one point, the Mr. Penn stops playing and begins clapping, and you get people clapping along to the beat, and then he begins playing, and then the drums die out, and then they start these dueling solos between drum and lute. It is this massive show of celebration and garish reverence. People begin... It gets to the point where you begin to hear commotion, and like those, the more perceptive amongst you, seeing the windows outside, will see that what started as them dancing has now turned into what looks like a bodybuilding contest outside, as people have taken their shirts off and are now flexing at each other to the beat of the music.
They're performing the traditional Garish mating dance.
Christ.
Oh no.
You can see what you would presume are either, you know, Kyn Taryn berserkers or people, you know, the people who have the real built upper bodies of the Gahrland, and they're like flexing their pecs to the beat of the music at each other right now.
Oh, they're Terry Crews.
Oh,
It
that's
is
awesome.
amongst the, for those of you who are Lenorian through and through, this is amongst the stranger culture shocks that you could ever imagine. And this continues for 30, 40 minutes of almost non-stop play by the Twin Worms.
Does Ishri try to do the funny dance?
Well, Ishri, once Owen has like a moment to get going, Ishri is grabbing the hands of each of the party members and basically dragging them to start dancing. And then she's just grabbing random people, and maybe by the end she ends out outside doing the weird flexing dancing. But who knows? But she's trying her best to get everyone else to dance as well.
Walker
Oh,
does.
hell yeah.
Walker
Evian
does,
is not moving. He has been defeated.
Walker does stay seated.
No,
mostly
no, he
because
is not.
She,
needs
He is
she
victorious.
picks him up.
Shut your mouth,
to.
Mitchell.
Walker tells her to go do it to someone else.
If you're trying to drag him up, give me them opposing athletics checks for anyone trying to grab Walker and drag him up.
Walker like physically stop her, but he's
Okay.
just gonna sit down as soon as she lets go. He needs to sit down to enjoy his drink and enjoy the show Owen's putting on.
Lame.
Ishri just shrugs and drags everyone else then to dance.
As the center in between two of the tables kind of clears out, the bench is pushed under them, people dancing on the tables. At one point, Walker, something, you're not sure what, actually falls in your bread bowl from the dance.
Uh-oh.
Well, Walker was done anyway.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. He wasn't gonna finish because he's a pussy.
He never
Oh,
finishes.
Oh.
He never finishes.
Firstly, he's a bussy. Please get it right.
Oh, no.
I thought he was a gussy.
No, it's pussy.
Anyway, this continues for the better part of an hour, 45, 50 minutes before finally it starts to slow down. People begin to, you know, they're like, oh, we need more drinks. Like, you can't dance and drink at the same time you spill it. So it slows down to the point where more people start eating and getting more drinks and enjoying themselves a bit more. And eventually the dancing dies down to just a few. The music starts to crescendo, finish up, and start to die out until it's just a, just a slow backing drum beat of occasional just like that sort of thing. But it is a celebration of Garish tradition, revelry, and independence, if ever you have seen one. Well, eventually as the party dies down, Ishri, do you have any more partying to drag people to?
No. Ishri's not going to force anyone to do what they don't want, but she wants to make sure everyone's having fun.
At some point during that, you're not exactly sure how, but without stopping playing, the drummer apparently was able to attach 2 tip cups to the left and right sides of his bongo drums, and they are currently overfilling.
That's fucking
Nice.
funny.
Fucking nice.
So, eventually, as you guys start to wind down, sit down, Mr. Penn comes over with his, his hair, once long, black, and silky, is now a bit sweaty and stringy, and he just puts a hand on Ishri's shoulder. Oh, thank you a lot. It was a lot more fun than I was expecting, and you never know when you're going to be celebrating.
I'm glad everyone had a good time. Thank you very, very much for what you contributed. It was beautiful. Thank you. That was amazing. Thank you.
He pauses for a moment, and he looks over, they go and they write something down, and they hand you a sheet of parchment. And you can see on it the logo, as described before, of the two dueling worms with the head and body of a man fighting. And it has a beautiful drawing of the two of them playing to their heart's content. The drummer looks a bit more muscular, and the lute player, Mr. Penn, has a more chiseled jawline and looks just a bit more impressive. And both of their names are signed below it. And they hand it to you.
Oh my god, you just got an autograph.
Autograph poster.
An unsolicited autographed poster.
Thank you. This is a lovely piece of art. Thank you very much.
They
And
nod.
Ishi's going to shove it in her backpack with everything else.
Oh,
I'm sorry, sack.
She has a backpack. She was given a
Got her a
backpack.
backpack.
Hey, you're
Yeah, very
right.
nice
She has a backpack. You're right. She has a backpack now. I forgot.
It's a very nice backpack.
yeah. I think Owen's the one who doesn't have one because he like threw like 3 of them away.
So anyway, they eventually head off back to whatever they were doing before you guys interrupted them, and helped them make a assload of cash. You guys are back to a relative amount of peace and a relative amount of privacy. What are y'all doing?
I just want to make something clear really quick then. Owen is not, I probably should have said this before, but like, he does have a dinner appointment at some point.
Yeah.
So like, he's not interested in missing that in case. Okay.
It's
Just wanna make that
only
clear.
like hour and a half. Probably fine.
Eats a bread bowl, goes to dinner.
It's the garish way. The bread bowl's the appetizer.
I mean, hey man, what can I say? Being verbally abused by your father really takes it out of you.
Hang on, is this?
Anyway.
I'm not gonna make that joke. Go ahead.
So, what are you guys doing? You have... The night is still yours until...
I assume Evian's like dead.
Yeah,
he's dead
yeah,
in real
Evian's dead.
Oh no! Oh no!
I
What-
thought
what
I was
have you done?
unmuted. I'm sorry.
I've killed him.
Owen, we really should be
Evian's-
finding.
He's not killing it. He's a little.
I'm imagining
he's a little
like his
knocked
head
out.
is just sideways on the table, his eyes bloodshot, just staring forward.
Pretty much.
Heavy breathing. Just...
That's the vision I had.
Owen, we should really be finding a place to stay.
I'm gonna just because I think it'll help. I'll cast List of Restoration on Evian.
Oh, no. Hold on. Is this like? How does he go about doing that?
Mari just like approaches him and is just like, "You okay, Evian?"
He doesn't answer.
Is there like a
Okay,
low, like moan, like
Just like a.
Before Amari is able to cast his spell, Owen kind of reaches over and like grabs his arm or his shoulder and he looks at Amari and he says, deadly serious, Amari, you cannot help him. He must succeed or fail on his own.
you little,
I was.
You blessed the man.
Hey man, he can't help it if God helps me. You know, that's not his fault.
I am merely a vessel for Karad's will.
Shut up. Can I suggest Owen to fuck himself?
You can certainly try.
No, I'm not gonna do that thing. Mari just kind of shrugs and then pats Evian on the back. Very, very cautiously. Doesn't want to slap him too hard to make him puke.
Oh, we should really find a place to stay. Not sure how that's going to work here. Is there, you know, like lodgings for you and yours, or?
I don't know. I imagine I will not be welcome at the fortress.
Well, if that's the case, then maybe there'll be somewhere else. Walker asks, like, quizzical, like, is there hotels? I mean, it's a military occupied town, so.
I suppose if we are done here, we may go in search of a place to lay our heads.
Do you want to do that first, or would you like to try and make it to the dinner early, or?
Owen's first stop was going to be the fortress to inquire after his mother. She might know something that could help.
Heading to the very nice manor that is inside the outer courtyard of the Eastwind Keep. You
Does Owen bring everyone?
He doesn't he's like, let's go see, and then he just gets up. If you want to stay, you can stay. If you want to come, you can come.
I guess Walker will come.
Is anyone willing to help Evian?
Owen will help.
Boy, only Ishri has that kind of strength.
Evian will take all the help he can get to move.
Evian's gonna be sleeping in an outhouse tonight.
Oh.
God, that's going to be tired. A man that big? Fuck.
They're all big here. We got big outhouses.
You know what they say about big outhouses?
We've got Gar's bread bowl outhouses.
I'd like to imagine that some of the beds have toilets built in.
Oh, no.
My.
Oh, no.
It's just the bed.
Oh, it's just a hole in the middle.
It's also, and of course, the bathroom is carpeted.
Well, obviously. That's a given.
Oh.
Wait, are you guys' bathrooms not?
Oh, the worst part is the toilets are
some.
carpeted, like, all around.
It's all shag.
Yeah.
The walls,
Inside,
the
of
ceilings, the shower.
Inside the bowl is carpeted.
The carpet shower.
The base of the showers is shag and, like, really gooey and mildewy from all the fact that it's never
Oh!
washed.
Stop.
Your toes just feel this gooey green stuff between them while you're showering. Alright, I'm done.
Yeah, let's play D&D, please.
I enjoy making Alex upset.
We all do.
I was gonna
Every
say,
one
I
of
thought
us.
we were playing D&D, but okay.
Oh, anyway, so you're all heading. Some of you are heading.
I think everyone's heading.
All right.
Yeah,
I think we
seems
are.
like it.
Going back through the winding streets of Nashtwin, you head towards the Eastwind Keep and make your way to the outer courtyard, where there are a number of nice manors amongst them. One that you are not guided to, but told which one. Apparently, at one point, it was used for a cousin of the McDurk kin of old, one of their, like, you know, cousin 3 times removed, who apparently died in the early bouts of the war and has been sitting unused since. So it has been repurposed as the McDurk household for now. You go up, you knock. There are 2 Kyn Taryn guards, and recognizing you, they immediately just, like, you know, they weren't outside watching, they were inside, and one just opens it and is like, oh, it's the McDurk boy. Welcome, Owen, young lord. And they motion you in, and then you hear, oh, they're all here. All right, then. Expecting it.
Wait. Were these... I'm confused.
No, she offered for everyone. These guys just weren't expecting it.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's right. Because
No,
that's what
she
I thought.
offered for anyone who wanted to come.
Yeah.
And eventually, you get to this, you go through a hallway into this very nice, long dining room. This cousin who you never met or really ever heard anything about because he's like fucking 1/16th McDurk or something, was apparently a very avid hunter, based on the fact that the walls are covered in fucking animals. In the entryway, there is this, what looks like a kind of almost gray wolf-colored tiger that is completely stuffed and standing on its hind legs roaring. Just wanted to make sure Ishri wasn't going to attack it.
Oh.
Anna, are you there?
There are...
Does she realize? Yeah. Does she realize it's stuffed?
I mean,
Sorry,
probably
was
after a
talking.
second, yeah.
I mean, she's going to immediately. Oh no, she has the pot on her back. Wait, no, she can withdraw the. She's going to basically draw her greatsword and go after it, and then probably realize it's stuffed.
Oh,
No.
There's a moment where, like, the two Kyn Taryn guards also grab at their weapons when you start to draw yours, like, nervously. Then they're like, oh. You guys head into the main foyer, and then there's this very long table with a number of very nice stools, and in between, like, you can tell there's, like, stools on the sides in between. It goes, like, stool, nice dining room chair. Stool, nice dining room chair. That sort of thing. Obviously, there were not enough chairs for the amount of people expected.
So it's not just like that Dad made sure there's enough shitty chairs for all of us.
No, it looks like Fiona has tried her best here, and she's currently not there. But after a moment or so of you guys like half awkwardly like standing there, you see her quickly hurry. She's got a very dirty apron on.
Oh, she was cooking. No, my heart.
Yeah.
Would the guards have stayed a bit at all? Or?
Yeah, one of them stayed with you, and the other one went to go get her. And
Walker would have made a point to apologize to the guard for what Ishri did, and mention, go on like, if you heard Owen's story, you know what.
Yeah, she's foreign. It's normal.
Yeah, and like sorry to get your dander up.
Well, it's fine. It's not a big worry at all.
Walker would nod to him before joining the rest.
And a moment later, yeah, she comes out very, very dirty. Her hair, no, it's still the same, but like now it's all just tied up in a loose bun. There's a few braids in it. They're all just tied up. She's got flour on her face. What looks like some sort of like black or charcoal paste or something that's all over her ear where she was probably scratching it. She's a mess. And she just, hello there, Owen.
Mother, what's going on? Look at the state of you.
Well, I'm cooking. What do you expect? It's a messy job.
How weird is that for the equivalent of like a noble lady to be cooking for her son's
Gahrland?
guests? Oh no, in Lenore.
In Lenore, this would not be happening. Like, this would be like the weirdest fucking thing for rich assholes in power to be doing anything on their own.
Do you think Rom's mother ever set foot in a kitchen in her life?
Yeah,
only to scold the help.
Do you think Rom's ever set foot in the kitchen in her life?
Not at all. I mean, we sat in the kitchen together for a while, several nights anyway. Walker would be looking on curiously as they begin to interact.
Oh, come on, Mother. Let me help you.
I mean, if you want to, but there was that time you burnt the roast when you were a wee lad, and never really trusted you after that.
A long time ago, Mother.
I know it was like 100 years ago, but it's still.
Owen bustles off to help his mother.
She just kind of pauses as you start to, and she just like, she gets this almost giddy smile and pinches your cheek. Oh, you're so cute, Owen. And walks off with you. Awesome. You guys can pick your chairs whatever you want. I got as many other nice ones as I could, but we didn't have enough. At least not the kind that... She just kind of shrugs and points at the chairs. There's one at each head. Like each side of the table has one very nice one. Then there are a total of four of the nice ones as well in the middle. Not as nice as the two head of table ones, but still nice dining room tables. And then in between them there are 6 stools.
Walker will stand and allow the others to pick first. Of course, he does typical Walker stuff and is messing with his crossbow as he waits.
Isha takes a stool.
Evian would just take, honestly, whatever's closer. He still looks a little dead.
That's reasonable.
Isha's gonna take out the sock bread bowl and have a couple of bites while she's waiting, and then offer some to Evian.
He'll take a bite.
What a champion!
Give me another Constitution
one.
save, Avian.
Oh, no.
No.
Don't you
Enter-
dare spew chunks all over my mother's table.
Oh my god, please.
No.
Please. That'd be so funny.
Ven. Do I feel like if I take a bite, I'm gonna blow chunks?
I
Or there's a
mean, it's
decent chance
more
of
if
it?
you do anything, you're gonna blow. Like, you're at the point now where it's like anything you do is gonna be testing it.
Okay, then I'm not gonna.
Alright.
That's
As Ishri pulled out this thing, Walker's going to enter the scene. Ishri, you shouldn't store food and clothing.
I mean, why not? I can just wash the clothing later when I'm done.
Walker shakes his head. It's just not how it's done. There are items better suited to store things. Pouches. For that type of food, it's not really the type of thing you stores easily. Either way. You'd be better suited with an actual pouch.
I suppose I just have so many of these. And Ishri just reaches into her backpack and just pulls out the loose sack of belts and socks and random clothes. I just have so many. That nice girl gave me some.
Does Walker remember Ishri getting a bunch of fucking belts and socks?
I don't think Walker was there for that.
It was... Walker might have. It was from the girl who hit on her that Ishri totally missed.
Oh, no. Walker totally wasn't there when that happened because he was off doing other shit. He was off doing other, like, leaving Dreswood shit.
Yeah.
Ishri, why do you have a bag of belts and socks?
The really pretty girl in Dresswood, who I changed in front of, who gave me that one. She gave me this as a thank you.
Right. Ishri, you probably don't need that many. You can probably give most of those to Simon or Owen to turn into bandages. Either way, they're not for storing food. It's stuff you wear.
I mean, they can have multiple purposes, can't they?
No. Ishri, look at the sock. It's... Again, making a mess everywhere.
It's dripping a little bit.
You need something watertight. Walker quickly pulls out a pouch. I guess it was probably like a...
I mean, it's still not a very good food thing, but it's got to be better than a sock, right?
I mean, he stored, like, these are the pouches he would store, like, pemmican in.
Yeah.
So, like, it's pretty food safe.
Yeah. It's just kind of gross to have leaking food in it.
Oh, yeah, no, it's still, like, not ideal, because this is the type of food you're supposed to take with you, but... Walker just hands it to her. If you must use something like this, otherwise, you really shouldn't be taking that type of thing with you.
But what if I'm hungry later?
Well, if you're hungry, Owen's mother's made a suit, apparently. We were heading to... If you need food later, I can just give you some. Remember, I have plenty. Otherwise, we're in a city. You'll always have access to more food here.
I suppose. And Isha just kind of like drops the sock in the sack and throws it back in her backpack. Thank you.
I think that's enough from Walker. Walker does not comment further on the matter, but just nods to her.
You hear from the other room some like muffled exclamations from Owen.
So Walker was here, like, talking to Ishri, so he'll just go to the next closest seat.
It's Rob
which will
on
be
one
here.
side of the table alone.
Of course.
That's very funny.
Anyway, I'm sorry, you were saying? So, Nick, you were saying?
Oh, I was just saying that, like, in the background, you just hear Owen, like, with some muffled exclamations from Owen.
Alrighty. Yes?
Being the type to not just sit around and do nothing, Walker's gonna go see if they need help.
As you start to come to the kitchen, you hear clambering, and Fiona comes running and, like, stands at the doorway blocking it. No, Gus aren't supposed to come in the kitchen. No,
Puts his hands up like, whoa.
Guests don't come in the kitchen until everything's
Oh,
done.
Jesus.
Maybe if you
trying
want
to
to,
see
you
if
can
you need
clean the
help.
dishes when we're done, but you don't even have to do that. Go
Walker
sit.
just nods.
Go sit and enjoy yourself.
Not trying
I'll give
to
you a reason to
Owen's
sit.
mother, he just nods and does so. Oh god.
And she quickly
Gonna
heads back.
upset my mom.
Are there drinks on the table, Ben?
There are currently glasses of water, but nothing else.
Okay.
Water good while resting.
Someone's
For
gonna
While
real?
break
maintaining a crossbow, water's the preferred drink.
Someone's gonna break out some papers and start writing a contract.
Interesting.
What does
Huh?
that mean? Why would you tell us that?
Well, you don't know. I'm just saying for Ben.
Okay, alright. I'm glad I don't know that it's a contract. I just know out of character.
I mean, you're sitting next to him, and you've seen a few contracts in your time, and
That's
you're
what-
pretty
that's what I'm
passively
saying, like,
perceptive.
That's
It's
Walker
pretty,
does
like-
running a contract?
It's just right. He's just writing.
He's getting even.
Long.
Other people read his belongings, he reads others.
I think
We all look over
contract,
Simon's
there'd be
shoulder
like-
collectively.
It's really
I'm
weird because
thinking
Rom's
like-
head grows her neck grows 30 feet long so she can do it.
I think it's like a little ways into the way, and Simon has some stuff down. Like Walker just glances over, like seeing
That's
what
why I
he's doing.
assume it was. We're at a table together. Someone's writing fucking
Yeah.
probably 5 pages or more.
Simon, Walker pauses his maintenance. Are you writing a contract?
Someone goes up. Yeah, and then after. He'll look at.
What?
He'll look up at. He'll look
Not
up
his
at
name
Evening.
for.
He'll look up at Even. What's your full name?
Evian's unconscious.
Oh.
He's passed
Do you know
out on the
his
table.
Simon, what
He
is
looks over at
God's
Walker.
name for?
Do you know Even's full name?
I do, but what? Firstly, what are you writing a contract
Yes!
for? Oh my god.
I can't compose.
In my eyes, this is comical. Simon's just writing for like 10 minutes. He looks up, Evian, what's your full name? The camera slowly pans to Evian, passed out.
There's just like
drooling
a
on the
puddle of
keyboard.
drool around his mouth.
Oh my god.
Perfect. It's for Evian.
Okay. But what for? You know Evian's
It's for
Evian's
if
busy,
something
you know that.
if something goes wrong, he
Uh-huh.
can't punch me in the face
I don't
or
What?
hurt me or anything or whatever he
Firstly,
wants to do.
what would go wrong?
What?
What
Yes.
is this about?
I mean, it's just. I mean, he said
Simon.
he said
Simon.
he said he would help me with experiments, and I don't want.
Simon, do you remember what I told you before we left?
Yes,
We can't help you if we don't know what's going on.
I'm telling you, experiments that I
Into what, Simon?
Anything. He helps with the book all the time. He was there last time. He said he will be there for.
Why would you
for all
ask
the
one of your
rest.
friends to promise not to assault you?
Because, and I quote,
In
if this
vengeance
hurts me,
for
I will punch
assisting
you in the
you."
face. And I quote, if this hurts, I will punch you in the face.
Well, I'll tell you what. I don't think you're going to have any legal repercussion here if he does punch you in the face.
That's fair.
If he were to break that contract.
Simon shrugs and continues writing. There's fine print, but I can't get to that.
Oh no.
He's such a
There's just like a
drama.
moment where Walker's head like tilts forward. Like, what? Fine print? What do you... Firstly, what does that mean, and how does that... No matter how much print you have on the fucking damn page, he's still gonna punch you in the face if the man wants to.
It is Evian we're talking about here.
You know, it's last time we did the book, we almost disappeared. We've told you about that.
I remember.
Let's say, you know, he loses an arm or something. I'm not at fault.
Simon, do you have legitimate concern that Evian might lose his arm in the process of helping you?
Of course not. But if it does happen and he hits the paper. It's like, I have this.
Shouldn't
You're
you be
saying you're
more
going to
concerned
use-
about the fact that your friend might lose an arm than him punching you? Because he lost his arm?
I mean, I'm not actively trying to make him lose his arm.
Okay, but it sounds like you're more concerned if he'll hit you because he lost his arm, rather than him possibly losing his arm.
Have you seen this? I mean, I'm sure if he loses his arm, he'd break both of mine.
How is he going to lose his arm?
Fucking magic, Ishri.
At this point, you hear a call from the kitchen. What are you saying we didn't bring the tankard of ale out? I thought we had a better one we were going to be bringing out. And, like, very hurriedly, Owen, she, like, shoves you away in the direction of the pig and, like, just grabs this barrel of ale and starts walking out with it very quickly. Looking very stressed, she comes out. I'm sorry. It's been quite a while since I've had to host anyone. Yeah, and she, like, hoists it and slams it on the table, and as she does, she just kind of... It's supposed to be relaxing. What? She motions at Walker. What are you doing? Stop that.
She's motioning to his crossbow?
Yeah.
Walker's like looks left and right.
She grabs an empty tankard and fills it and, like, slides it down the table. Drink.
She doesn't mention the fire.
Not to disobey the elder, Walker takes a sip.
That's right.
And her expression immediately softens.
She doesn't mention the contract on the table
Yeah,
or the man passed out.
It's paper. She, at this point, turns to Rom. What's wrong with your friend there?
Oh, well, the young Lord McDurk introduced us to, garish bread bowls, and he had a big one.
Did he
Down
now?
at the, Wooden Wreath, was it?
That's right.
Her expression once again gets slightly sly and a bit mischievous. Owen,
It was,
you took them out to
certainly an
dinner before
experience.
bringing them to dinner. And she, like, starts rolling up her sleeves and walking back into the kitchen.
You can all but hear Owen's knees knocking together in fear.
And over the
Walker-
course of the
Walker-
next few minutes of whatever you guys
Hang
are
on,
doing, you hear her screaming at him about how bad of a host he's being.
Walker watches her walk into the kitchen, like, kind of dumbstruck a bit. And before posing a question at the table, you think all Gar's parents are like this?
Mm-hmm.
Mine weren't.
Maybe yours were weird.
Walker just shrugs, doesn't have a response to that.
Over the course of the next few minutes, as you guys talk, now with a large barrel, a keg of ale. It's a bit sweeter. It's not sweet, but, like, it's sweeter than the very earthy, almost bitter ale of the Wooden Wreath. It's got
sweet.
It's probably not like honey, but, like, there's probably, you know, a bit of flavoring more to it to mask the very ale flavor. It's good ale. There are more tankards brought out very quickly, and you guys are free to drink to your heart's content.
Walker, once again, is going light on the drinks.
After a few minutes of yelling at Owen, she comes back out, and this time, I'm sorry, I had to deal with that. I'm sorry that my boy isn't a better host. He's not very good with people, really. I mean,
Well, he
sure,
certainly tries.
he can go off to war and he can command people, but no, I asked him to bring one set of friends to dinner. He can't even do that right. Raised him
Well,
so well, didn't I?
Well, he certainly tries. Something to be said for that.
Is he going to be okay? And she kind of motions to Evian.
He's been through worse.
Well, has he now?
I offered to help, but
no, you can't help him.
Yep, that's what I was told.
She gets yet another, like, promiscuous, slightly mischievous smile on.
I can't be concerned because I'm unconscious.
Give me one moment. And she goes back. Owen, do you have your shield with you?
Always, mother.
Can I borrow it?
What in God's name?
Anything.
Can a man just nap?
She takes it and grabs a metal tankard and, without saying anything, walks past Rom behind Evian and then begins clanging this thing as hard and loud as she can into the shield.
My God.
Right behind Evian.
Man, so
And it blows up immediately.
here's what I want.
Ugh.
I want to instinctively, like, kick backwards at whatever the loud noise is, but I also don't want to kick.
Give me an attack with disadvantage.
No. Beat his mother.
Oh, I don't want to do that, though.
I'll never forgive you.
But I don't want to do that.
I mean, you said if that's what you think he would do, then it's what he would do.
Maybe he just... Maybe, how about this, Mitchell? Maybe he starts to do something, but fucking, like...
Realizes where he is.
Doesn't realize he's sitting and maybe just fucking falls down.
If you genuinely
instead.
think he would take a swing, I'm not gonna fault you for it.
Maybe take a swing at Rom or something. Like, come on.
That's true. You know what? I'll take a swing at Rom.
Alright, disadvantage against Rom.
Thank you.
Unarmored Rom. Rom without armor.
Why is my attack not? Hello?
You think might be fucked up. Roll it from your sheet. Hang on, I'm testing.
It's showing up for me.
Oh, there.
Testing crossbow. My crossbow's working.
Oh, I forgot to do disadvantage. I'm sorry. There's the second one. It's a 13.
Let's clean this up. All right. That does not hit. What, Rom, does that hit? Oh, you don't have armor on, do you?
Am I being attacked?
Yeah.
I got up for a second.
Yeah. Evian's swinging at you.
This is the second party member. He swung it randomly.
I'd rather attack Rom
unarmored,
than-
my
than Owen's
AC
mother.
is 11.
Yeah, that hits. Roll damage, Evian.
Suck it to me, suck it to me, suck it to me, suck it to
Rom,
me.
you take 6 bludgeoning damage as Evian gets up from this clanging noise and just instinctively takes a left hook and just hits you right in the shoulder, knocking you back and making your chair fall over. She goes, "Hey!" And she's going to take the shield and try and slam it into Evian.
Oh, no.
I was gonna say
I would like to say that because I just took an attack, I just made an attack and I succeeded. My AC is now 20.
No, that's
with the Kensei weapon. That's with the Kensei. Never mind.
Oh no, yeah, because you just unarmed it.
I was going to say the Rom would like squawk loudly and then
turns
like
into a bird.
go to slap him on the back of the head. Like, what the fuck?
As you're falling, this is happening, then we'll see what happens. Because immediately after she does that, after he does that, you have Owen's mother with the shield just immediately trying to bash Evian in the back with it.
Too much is happening too quickly. Walker doesn't understand PvP.
Oh,
that hits. Wait, why does she have advantage?
She recklessly attacking?
I'm not gonna say anything.
Oh my
I'll never tell.
Yeah, that certainly hits.
And as you're coming, you just hear, and like you see as his arm then gets slammed forward as she bashes the shield into his arm. It like wraps around, and then you hit yourself like in the neck as your arm swings back around.
Oh, that was uncalled
Don't be
for.
swinging at your friends next time, then.
That's not.
Swing at me next time. Some man you are. And she starts walking away again.
What?
Correct.
All right.
Hold it.
You hear as she walks once more into the kitchen. Owen, your friends are a bit soft.
Thinking that she's talking about someone who's not Evian, Owen just kind of shrugs and nods.
She hands
Rom
you
just
the
fucking grabs
Evian
Evian
looks
by
at
the
her.
fucking shirt collar and she says, "You owe me."
What do you mean?
Now
No, I
that
do not.
Evian's awake,
You can't hit a lady
you-
like that when she's
I
not
can, and
expecting
I'll
it.
do it again. I wasn't expecting that loud rocket above me, but no.
Logan, now that Evian's awake, is that what you said?
yeah.
Everything is connected!
Someone looks up at Evian with papers all around him. So,
Evian,
Evian, what's your full name?
Evian, don't answer that question.
I will
What the fuck are
kill
you-
you.
Is
What the
Walker
fuck
his
have you been
lawyer?
helping him with?
I will kill you without
Evian, what the
a
fuck
thought.
have you been helping him with?
Do I helped him with the book shit? I don't.
He's been writing a contract so that just saying that if you lose an arm or something while helping him, that you can't attack him in return.
Whoa!
I'm going to
it's-
kill you regardless of
No.
whether or not there's a
No.
contract.
Tell him that.
I don't understand what you think the purpose of this is. If I lose an arm, you're dead.
Simon, there's some magic bullshit on this fucking contract.
No.
I'm gonna fuck you. I'm rolling insight against that.
I will roll deception.
May I, Dad?
Don't roll deception. Actually, I'm going to say roll deception against Walker's passive insight. Give me a blind deception check. I don't want you to know what it is.
That would be 16.
Right, and Walker. Yeah. Okay. Simon ain't deceiving you. He ain't doing shit to deceive you, buddy. I'm not gonna hide
Is he
that
doing
one.
magic shit? Is he doing magic shit?
Simon, are you doing magic shit?
I mean, I will be.
He is not.
Is the contract magical?
He's not trying to create a magic contract.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
He's
this is not a
just-
magical bound contract.
He's just
This is
being
just
a
like
weird
paperwork,
asshole.
So if someone
So
This
he's
is
just being a
just
weird
a-
asshole. And
if
there's
someone
nothing-
comes up to us and thinks that I'm like controlling him or like making him do some type of experiment, this is good. Like he it clears my name.
What's wrong with you?
I just don't want to get in trouble for random shit.
With random shit? Who? There's no.
We're not in
I mean-
Lenore anymore, honey.
I'm not signing anything. I don't know how this dinner turned into a contractual
You're writing
agreement.
this fucking contract for the last 15 minutes.
You know what? Here, hand. Evian's gonna grab the contract. and
Grab
just
across the
start
table
shredding
that
it.
like.
Yeah. He's just gonna start shredding it.
You grab like
So is
3
that
of the
you-
pages and just tear them up.
Usually helps.
Even do
Oh my god.
My hero.
so even do you not want to help with magic stuff
I'm-
anymore?
I am not signing a contract.
Simon sighs.
Damn. God damn.
Jesus. You are a strange child.
You're a piece of work.
For once, I agree with Walker.
I'm just so used to all this paperwork I have to have, and
We're in Gahrland. We don't even have paper here.
there's no paper in
No-
Gahrland.
no paper in
Simon
Gahrland.
looks around.
It is not an invention. It's not something.
Simon, give me a perception check. You don't see any paper. You didn't see any books when you walked in.
That's crazy. I
Yeah,
would know.
no, it's a cultural difference. Clearly, I mean, it's your first time. You can't know everything.
So if you don't have
Bullshit.
paper, do you know how to read?
Yeah, of course. We have stones.
I'd like to
And
like to
dirt
remind
and
you-
sticks.
I'd like to remind you, Logan, that Evian specifically could not read Lenorian, and you know that because of that you and him going through walking shit a while back.
I know that.
So if you want to haze him for not being able to read, you totally can.
Okay.
I mean, But he just said he knew how to read. Unless
Anyway,
is he lying?
as this is happening, Owen, you are sent out to make sure that everything is prepared and the plates are ready for bringing out food. And you see shredded paper, fucking just a pile of the table's a mess.
Owen, get this. Someone was trying to make Evian sign a contract saying he wouldn't assault him if...
Walker.
What?
I'm going to say this once. And he looks around at everybody. We can talk about whatever you like after dinner, but right now you're going to make nice. My mother has worked all day since we left her, and you're going to sit there and you're going to say nice things to her. Do you understand me?
Walker's just...
Where is this coming from?
Like
We have
frozen
no
in
intentions
time,
to say bad things to your mother.
Look at the state of the table. What have you done?
It's just Evian starts shoving paper in his pockets.
Someone was trying to have Evian write a contract or sign a contract saying you wouldn't assault him if he lost an arm or something in an experiment.
Or got hurt. It wasn't losing an arm. It was
That's what you told me.
That is the specific example that
anything from a paper cut to death, I guess.
Owen stares daggers at Simon, and through gritted teeth he says, "We will have words after dinner."
Simon just puts his head down like a kid just got scolded.
Being scolded by a man younger than you.
So, a couple of moments go by. Owen, you clean up the table, get everything set. There is
Even would help clear off the table.
Right.
At least of the paper.
And he hides all in his pockets.
There are a few moments before you see being brought to the table an entire spit roast pig. There is a apple in its mouth. It looks like it has been cooking for quite a while. It's not incredibly common, but it is a high quality meal. Coming with it, there's what looks like you can see what I will describe out of character as the garish efficiency salad. It's essentially a wedge salad where nothing else is cut up and you just eat it with your hand.
What's the dressing?
No, it's like there's some small tomatoes in it. There's like a chunk of onion and then a quarter of a head of lettuce.
Is there like oil?
No.
So it's just roughage on the side.
I mean, it's a quarter head of lettuce. There's some like cherry tomatoes. A bit of like a chunk of like a fifth or a sixth of an onion. You know, the basics. Other than that, there is also some sort of a it's a cold, like, almost creamy, like, soup. Like, almost like a, yeah, it's the best way I can describe it. It's a creamy cold soup.
Like a leek? Potato?
No, it looks mostly like a slightly thick milk of some sort. Owen, you would know it as one of your mother's favorite dishes to make. It's essentially like a cold cream with sugar that's then like whipped to kind of get a little bit thicker, and then adding cinnamon and other various like bits of flavoring to taste.
What the fuck, then?
Yeah.
How do you even fucking come up with that?
That sounds like ice cream to me.
It sounds like ice cream that hasn't been fucking treated like made ice cream. Yeah.
Like
horchata? Ice cream base.
What?
Like fucking horchata?
You can't say that, Alex.
You can't say that word, Alex.
Anyway, as the food comes out, we are going to go ahead and take our last break of the night, okay?
She won't do
Thing that
that.
you said.
Oh,
I might.
remember D&D? Let's play it.
What's D&D?
Yeah.
All I know is the saga of Alex Cruz and Microwave Dave.
All right, that's it. I'm going to bed. Good night, guys.
Alright, we're playing D&D now.
So, with the cruise control turned off, we continue playing D&D. A few more moments pass.
Oh, Jesus.
The dinner has been served. A nice, garish efficiency salad. A full roasted spit pig. And, the strange, cream soup dessert.
Again, should be a beverage, but whatever.
Well, when you taste how much fucking sugar's in it, you're not gonna say that. You guys are free to eat to your heart's content. If there's anything you wish to discuss, you are free to. There is no one else here. The 2 guards have headed off. There was one other cook that before you got here, Owen was helping her with a lot of shit. Someone, again, you vaguely recognize these people, but never really talked to someone. Like, probably a family friend that, you know, did other shit most of the time when you were busy as a kid. But somebody
Before we get to the feast itself, like, I know it's been a long time since he's seen her, but like as he's helping Fiona cook, like, does Owen get a sense of like how she's feeling? You know, her attitudes, or
give me an insight check.
Like that? I know my mommy's super good.
Oh my.
This is like very upbeat, like positive. There's obviously like she's still worried. I mean, you guys are at the forefront of an active war, but like you can tell this is a sense of like she wants tonight to just be tonight, a night with her son who's still fucking alive and a piece of her family that she was convinced was gone already.
That's all I needed to know.
Yeah.
So when everyone sits down for dinner, Owen's going to... I imagine Fiona sits at one of the ends, right?
Yes, she would sit at the far end.
He's going to take the chair from the other end, move a stool aside, and put that chair there so he can sit next to his mother.
All right. In between Evian and his mom. Problem?
Ishri is going to comment that she's going to say, this is very beautiful, and your arms are very strong, and you are very good at beating people up. And she just smiles.
Was that in Garish?
I translate.
Yeah.
I translate.
Capable of remembering.
I will never remember. Ever.
There's a moment, and she just... That's one of the nicest things anyone has ever said to me. Thank you.
Ishri gives Owen a thumbs up.
I certainly
Owen
agree.
smiles.
As she like looks smiling at Owen, there's like a dour look that she gives Evian as she passes her gaze past him.
Okay.
Don't punch people, bucko.
Oh, don't punch people who aren't the host. Yeah. She would have been less mad if she got punched.
Walker eats a respectable amount, but not too much. He already had some dinner.
Yes, I was going to say also that Rom would eat enough to be polite.
Knowing his mother as he does, Owen eats more than he probably should.
And his mother, being garish, consumes all of the protein. Like, she has a cursory amount of everything else, but she is going ham on this pig.
She's got some salad. She's got some salad on the side as like an afterthought.
Yeah. There's like, you know, there's that time when she's like waiting to cut something and she's just like, all right. And she like eats a fucking cherry tomato and then she just gets back to it. So, if there's anything you guys need to discuss or anything you need to do, you're free to.
Having eaten a respectable amount, Walker will say. Thank you for making us this meal. And he'll kind of like pause. Mrs. McDurk? Not sure how to refer to Owen's mother.
Lady McDurk.
Does Owen correct him?
Well, I mean, I feel like even if I don't know.
Why would Walker know how to refer to Garish royalty?
But like, even if he didn't know, like that seems to me to be a suitable starting point.
No, it's his friend's mom. Owen considers, as far as Walker's concerned, knows, Owen considers them to be more friend than retainer. So he's gonna go with how you refer to a friend's parents.
He's reverting back to being 12 at Little Kanka's house.
More so Jakeman. But yeah.
That's Mrs. Jakeman to you. Young Moses.
Bap!
Baby Mo.
Baby Mo.
Little baby Mo.
Fiona's
Baby Mo's the
fine,
cutest.
honestly. At least here. Lady McDurk, in a more formal setting. Matriarch, Lady McDurk, you can call me Lady, Lord, whatever you want. It's not a big deal, but here Fiona is fine.
Walker nods before saying, "Thank you, Fiona."
So, I assume that you were told about what they want you to be doing with the Iron Blade, all that.
He did not give us details, but he did say that the people of Rat Creek Valley have not answered the call.
She gives a nod. I wish I knew more, but of late it's been a bit hard to get a lot of information. Been cooped up in here for a while. Guy rolls her eyes a bit.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's not your fault. You're here now. That's what's important. I would have stayed in a oubliette for 10 years just to see you one more time. Owen. And she gives a nice little half smile. So...
Walker glances at Owen at that comment.
As if he doesn't know what an oubliette is, or as if he's confused by his mother wanting, or...
He's confused by a parrot showing affection.
No, like, what the mention of, like, imprisonment? Like, it seems like a weird...
Oh, we don't know. I forgot you guys don't know in character.
Yeah, it seems like a weird take to Walker.
Does Fiona seem like she's about to say something else, or is there like a moment of...
She kind of looks over everybody and, like, you can tell she's ready to continue the conversation. But if you wish to say anything else, you'd be free to.
There's a slight shake of Owen's head, and then he looks back to his mother.
So, what exactly, I mean, obviously I had ulterior motives getting you down here for dinner, but... Tell me, what exactly happened? For your... She motions to everyone and then vaguely in a northeastern direction.
I didn't get a question.
What exactly happened? You haven't exactly, like, between banishment and now.
She wasn't there for the story.
Oh, okay. So Owen, in much more brief terms, he'll... Actually, no, he's not going to be brief. He's very excited to talk to his mom again. So he's going to launch into the whole story about his, Fergus's, and Miles' harrowing escape from Petrica, life in Dunrock, meeting Liliana, the horror of the fish monsters, and so on and so forth. In the same fashion as we have seen many of the characters do in regards to lore dumping on one of their close friends or family.
Does he leave anything out?
He leaves out...
Does he leave out fucking Henry being a prick?
No. No, he
I had a comment about that, but now that you asked, I can't do it because it wouldn't be funny.
I
Does he
think
mention the mark?
Yeah, I think he skirts around the mark, and he does
What we-
explain in a lot more vague terms what happened with Ilmarian and the prophecies. But he'll say stuff like, you know, oh mother, we met this man and he ran Verona's most popular brothel, and
Ooh.
Owen's face reddens.
Ooh.
He also okay, I'll say that in a second because I don't want to get distracted.
Hang on, you mentioned a mark before. What mark?
The mark that Amari has, the funny mark.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
But when he's talking about Ilmarian and the prophecies and such, he'll say some stuff like, you know, and he taught me more about my magic and my powers and, you know, stuff like that, right? He's not gonna give her the whole fucking, you know, the world will come to ashes, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Does what about the fucking other party members? Does he talk about them at all, or is it just the general story? Doesn't drop that Walker's family's most hated people in the world, right?
No, I don't think so.
I'm glad we don't think so.
You don't think so.
I mean, I'm considering it. I think he would say, like when he starts the story, or I'm sorry, when he gets to the part where the others enter his story, he will introduce them again, and he will pay special attention, and he'll say something like, you know, kind of patting him on the back. He'll say, "This is Evian of Aether Ursa," and when he gets to Walker, he'll say,
I actually want to hear. Can you do these? I want to hear these introductions. I want to hear how Owen introduced the party.
let me see here. Let me muster up some descriptors. So I met this woman on the shores of Loch Cal, and you know, she reminded me a lot of you, mother. Her name was Lily, and she helped me out a lot. You know, good, strong woman. Fergus liked her a lot. After that, let me see. It was Moses Walker. We met in the bar in Dunrock. You know, his father was a trained right there of Kinmoan.
She sits up and pays a little bit more attention at that. So and she turns to him. He's Scottish. Is that right?
Oh, and the motions for Walker to explain what he wishes to explain.
Well, my parents are. I believe I was born in Gahrland as well, but I wasn't raised here.
She gives a quick nod. How did you end up in Lenore then? Like, why of all the places?
My parents felt the need to leave. It was their choice.
She has a very hard time comprehending that, and it takes her a moment. I mean, don't get me wrong, we have our problems, but the need to leave Gahrland, you're in Outland, it's practically a paradise. Isn't it?
Walker shrugs. I suppose so. Though they had their reasons.
I mean, if you don't mind my asking, what would they be?
Walker, needs her eyes for a moment, sighs. It's magic related. An entity that had it out for my family. They've left hoping to flee from it.
She has this look of, like, attempted comprehension and horror mixed together. That's awful. And
it's certainly something.
And you're safe now, though, here. Your parents are as well?
Walker kind of looks around,
Did they
looks to
come
his
with
hands.
you?
Well, that's another story, but it looks like I'm not going to be killing over just from being here. At least not yet.
Well, if they ever are here, they're certainly, as far as I have the authority to do, they'd be under Kyn Taryn's protection. So...
Walker looks at her once more before looking to Owen.
It's not that simple, Mother.
I think if you're good enough at swinging a sword, anything can be simple. And
My
she gives
father's still-
a proudly ignorant grin.
My father's still in Lenore. He refused to leave because he wants a home for myself and my brother. My mother and my brother are here. I don't know where they are, just that they're at a seaside town. They left long ago to escape dangers in Lenore. And I've not seen them since.
Oh.
Part of my reasons for coming here, for following Owen, is to try to find them.
I suppose we should be praying that it wasn't Darrow that they were at. Otherwise, they may be refugees here in Nashdween at that point.
If anyone can find them, it's Walker.
Hopefully you'll have some time to do so. This war ends sooner rather than later. Gives us a chance to, breathe. Which it feels like it's been years since we've been able to do.
Walker isn't sure how to respond to that. Right.
Gives a little nod. Right. Anyway, I apologize for cutting you off. Please continue on.
Well, with Walker, I met Ramona. Rom, we call her, and Owen motions to Rom.
At this point, she has a second tankard, and she is double fisting ale.
Man.
Along with her, we met Simon. And a little while later, we ran into Evian of Aether Ursa, though I did not know it at the time. Amari. And a long time later, we met Ishri in a dark place.
She pauses and just... How does a cub of the Aethers end up in Lenore?
I was taking part in the war, and our ship ended up sinking. And I washed up on the Lenorian shore, but I was not killed on sight because I look Lenorian as I was born there.
You don't immediately come off as Garish or Lenorian, I suppose, for better or worse.
A bit of in the middle.
That's the reason you're here now, then I feel like it's worth saying it's a good thing. What? Please.
And so the story continues. He doesn't leave out details of, like, he talks about the Scions and how he found Fergus. He talks about I think he probably would talk about Rom's death, but, like, again, it's more like he doesn't talk about he mentions Lokar, but he doesn't mention the Lumine Summit. He says, like, we met a friend, powerful magic user, stuff like that, and he talks about Rom's death and her return, and he also, when he gets to the part after the Shadowfell, which he does when he speaks about it, he looks a little bit haunted.
Imagine there's like a slight, like that look is almost on everyone. Like we all share that, feeling and experience.
And then he gets to the part of where he first used his magic for sendings, and he talks about Fergus's denial of what Owen had learned. He talks about how heartbroken he was to leave Fergus behind, but how proud he was that Fergus found his purpose. He talks about his burial ceremony for Hamish and Cedric. And he also goes into great detail about the multitude of events that transpired in Verona.
She
Then we
listens
forfeit-
with intent and acknowledgement while still double fisting ales. Each time you kind of like explains, like she's asking a little bit of clarification, enough to try and understand what you've been through and exactly what it's taken to get you back here, and it's a lot. Do you explain to her about who you rescued from outside of Lenore?
Yes. He does, at that part though, he does say, Mother, I told Father as well, but you must understand that if word of this reaches the wrong ears, it could spell disaster. Nothing is for sure yet.
Nothing is for sure yet, but...
But those that we rescued were spies sent by the Dragonheart Alliance to see what was going on in Lenore. And their leader gave me assurances that considerations would be made for invasion.
There's a momentary pause as she's thinking. I thought your father was full of shit. He said he tried to contact them. Thought he was just lying about it all. Trying to dissuade us from worrying. But really, spies to assess the situation?
That is what they said.
Did you have any reason not to believe him?
No. The one who had put us to work doing that mission was an associate of mine.
And you would trust him?
One. Quite. If it weren't for him... Well, my family's been trusting him for a long time.
And he was true to his word on multiple occasions.
And there's a chance, at least, to get some more backup, that there's more people out there who can help us fight.
I don't know exactly what it means.
This was a while ago. Probably before you were, before the Petrica, before you were banished and all of that. Your father wasn't the only one, but he had the initial idea to contact them for additional reinforcements so we could... He's had in his head since this whole thing started. Since the Onshade, since Kyn Onshade came back into the fold of Gahrland, he's had it in his head that we needed to free Lenore before this got worse. And I can't say he was wrong, because since then it's gotten worse.
That has never been why we fight, Mother.
Hearing the stories, hearing what's happening over there, little as it is, hearing what you've been through. Those things, those fish things you said in Dunrock, you think that's a scourge?
We were told that it was.
Used on their own people?
I don't know.
Maybe your father's right. Maybe we should be freeing them. Giving them a chance at their own lives. The same way we were.
Mother,
Walker's expression grows dour, serious. He leans forward a bit more and waits for Owen to continue.
it is not our place. You're talking about invading this land.
Talking about ending the
Free them
suffering. If there are people like you say, those what did you call them? The Izo.
The Scions.
If there's people like that, people that really care, what's the difference? Give these people a chance. Don't let them be under a tyrannical king who will use his subjects as experiments for a scourge. People openly hate and will do anything to draft more people into the Red Band so that they can die on Garish shores.
And that's your justification for bringing war to the shores of Lenore?
We're not going to bring death to everyone. You say that other people want this to end. It doesn't end with a white peace. I'm sure tomorrow we could walk out there, say, you can have Varat, you can have all the land of Kyn Taryn, and it would be over for now. But they would come back, wouldn't they? Because this is never over. That's what I'm scared of. It's not about my life being happy. It's not even... Owen, it's not even about you. It's about your children and your children's children. That they don't have to worry about these same wars that we are. There's always been this fear. You know it. This war was never really over. Since the days of the Garish Independence War, it's never really been over. It just required a spark to start this fire all over again.
The war will never really be over until every other man in the world is dead.
So
There will
we
always
just
be war
accept that
as
there's
long as
always
there's more than
suffering?
one person.
Not liberation?
More conflict will not solve this problem.
We preached kindness. We preached acceptance. When Gahrland was proper, a nation, not a subservient to some Lenorian Sun King. We preached that we would be safe, and people came to us, and you know what happened? As things got worse in Lenore, they didn't let people come. They're not free. They're there to be tortured, to be a weapon, aren't they? I don't think that's right. How are the citizens of Lenore any different from breeding war horses? So you can arm them and use them when the time comes.
I don't know. I do know that if what you wish comes to pass, that they will not see it as a liberation. They will see it as Garish savages ravaging their countryside. I have seen the lies that the crown is willing to force on its people.
To break them. We take Verona. We show peace.
Taking a city is not peace. If you were to do this, you would be proving those lies true.
She turns to Owen. What do you say is true? There are captains in the Sun's Chosen, entire regiments of men and women that don't want this war to go on, correct?
Aye.
Then I would put one sword. One of my hands would carry a blade, and that blade would go to the Sun King's throat, and the other would be open. I would let any man strike me down if they truly believed I do not have their best interests. I'm not here to worry about any single person. I want to see good for everyone. These people are ridiculed, abused. Their livestock. Their entire lives just hidden, obfuscated by this great lie. That they can become something more. They can't. Look at... And she motions towards Amari. You said you were sent to learn to be a translator, right? And where did that get you? Right back here in the war. Forced into it. The same as anyone else. There is no escape. There's no ceiling at the top. There are a select few that are above it, and everyone else just is a part of this war machine for Lenore. I don't think that's right. Do you, Owen?
Of course I don't, Mother, but imagine how many hundreds would die. He pauses. I wish to see our lands returned. But you cannot expect me to condone all the death and suffering that would be required to affect that change.
So just let them be. Just let it be fine. Wait until the next time, then more death and suffering begets more death and suffering.
Perhaps there is another way.
You're a McDurk, Owen. You know better than anyone in this country that it is the righteous who die so that everyone else may live.
To advocate for more war is not righteous.
To advocate for an entire people's being livestock is not righteous either.
When we left, I gave Egan's father, captain of the Scions, some parting words. And I told him that it was the lies that kept the people of Lenore shackled. That if he could fight the lies, he could win the war.
How do you fight the lies when they are inbuilt into the country, though? And when they're broken, do you think the Red Band will disband or disappear? Or will they start to enact their policies, enact their will over the people by force? The same way they tried to do for Gahrland 100+ years ago. It's
What we
scary.
learned is true. That is exactly what they wish to do. I don't have all the answers, Mother, but
I don't think I do either.
It sounds like you think you do.
She looks to Amari to respond back after Ishri translates it through Amari. There is so much that isn't seen, so much I've seen. I've watched so many good people die. Because this wasn't ended before. We were independent and we grew complacent. I don't think, at this point she turns back to Owen, I don't think your father's warmongering ways are the way. But I think at some point, we have to find something to do to protect ourselves from this happening again. Be proactive about it. Reactivity has caused death, untold death. Letting this happen. Owen, letting this happen, not dealing with this in the past. So many died. The scourges, I know they couldn't be predicted, but it's still there. These scourges are just a weapon for a war that was going to happen either way. So I don't know. I don't know if this is... we take the war to them and win and die in the process. I don't know if that's the right way, but I don't want to see this happen again in 100 years. I don't... At this point, like, tears are welling up in her eyes as she turns to you on. I don't want your great-grandchildren to lose their older brothers and sisters to the same stupid war that I lost my sons, that you lost your brothers to. I don't think you do either. The same war that I thought I lost you to. That before I heard from you, I thought I lost all of my children to. I don't want anyone, no mothers, no fathers, to go through that again. Is that so much to ask?
But they would.
Then what do we
Mothers and
do?
Fathers would.
What do we do?
I don't know, Father. Don't know what the future holds. Right now, I just want to see my sister safe.
I don't know. That invasion of Lenore is the answer, but I know it certainly feels like it. I hate that it feels like it, Owen. I hate that everything points to that being the way to protect things. I hate that your father's warmongering ways are right. I hate that they've given us an out. If what you say is true, if the Dragonheart Alliance is looking into an invasion, what, we're okay with that because we don't know those fathers and those sons and those daughters?
I did not say it was okay.
I don't want to lose you, on. Not if I've just got you back. I don't want to see anyone else lost either. What Lenore's doing is inhumane. Waging a war against us. Creating this red band that have no morals, no cares except to pillage and rape the countryside and just say that it's all us, that the Gars are the horrible savages. I know what they say about us in Lenore. What do you think they say about us? It's all just the red band.
What you're suggesting is just as bad. And it'll never work unless you're willing to kill every other man and woman out there. Unless you do that, your own will never be safe. War won't end. It's the nature of people. I think with that, Walker has had enough of this conversation. He's going to get up and leave.
She has a moment and just shakes her head and mutters under her breath a bit. Loud enough for you to hear, but more defeated. I don't want to think that people are that bad. Just want to believe that there can be peace. Real peace.
There can be peace, but not through war.
I don't know all the details about what your father said or what they discussed in their letters and communications with the Dragonheart Alliance, but I do know that if it comes down to it, if we need their help and they want to invade, if it's kill or be killed. If they end up wanting to invade, we will have to assist them. They will want us on the front lines with them. If we're really trying to stop that, stop an invasion, then this war needs to end sooner rather than later. Because it's either going to die with a whimper or be stoked into a raging inferno that's going to consume this entire continent. And we're coming to that end sooner rather than later. She wipes her eyes again. Takes another sip, puts both of her drinks down, and just has this look of defeat on her.
Owen covers her hand with his own, but he doesn't say anything.
I don't want to see more Irish peoples die. But I don't want you to either. I don't want your children to. I have to hope that somewhere at the bottom of this is peace. Not what friend Moses says, but a real peace. That it's possible to not have war. To end it. Let people be happy. She turns towards Ishri. Your people don't have war. What's their secret?
I mean, we don't force people to really do things. We provide people with what they need. We are a community. People respect each other and let each other have their own autonomy in general.
I know you're young, Owen, but you've read the books. That sounds an awful lot like Gahrland before the war. Gahrland when they were at peace, doesn't it?
What Ishri says of her people is one thing, but
it means it's possible. It means that there's a chance for peace. I'm scared for what the future holds. Where do we go from here? One step at a time, I suppose, right?
I was just going to say that.
We don't need any Garish civil wars now. So. Hopefully dealing with the Rat Creek Valley, Barton will help with things. Just have to keep telling myself, my son, my Owen, the turning point in this war.
You place more confidence in me than Father ever has.
Your father has always valued strength and decisiveness and, well, you know what he values. For better or worse, for the good and the bad, he is who he is. But I see the value in someone who is willing to think and make decisions less autonomously, more willing to listen to others, more willing to, and at this point she motions at the table, accept assistance, accept other options. If you're a McDurk who sees peace as a first option. Why can't everyone? Why do people need to be exploited and used for others' gains?
Because peace is hard. War is easy.
I hate them. Whoever is at the top, the Sun King, the Sun's Chosen, the Red Band, whoever is at the top, I hate them. And I hate that I hate them. I hate that I waste so much emotional energy hating something that I can't even really comprehend and will never get to see dealt with. So much. Your hope, though, Owen. Your hope. This alliance. Having Lenore's, Gar's, all of you. It's a start. People willing to forsake their own country to come here to Gahrland to try and end this. It's a start. There are
Make
people.
no mistake, Mother. My friends did not come here to fight our war.
They came here to help you. They came here because they were not happy to see things be horrible in Lenore. In the end, whether or not you're helping with the war, if you're against it, that's a start. At this point, she just sits back and relents a bit. The wind out of her chest, just knocked out, like she just got punched. So he looks at everyone. I don't know how quick you're planning on heading out, but I'm free to stay here for the night. Free to stay here as long as you like.
I suppose Father will not be around.
Not here most nights. He doesn't sleep much. He's he's a strong leader that does not give in to simple temptations such as sleep or anything like that. Especially not now.
I heard things about him, Mother.
People say a lot of things about him, but I think if you put a man through as much as he's been through, I don't know who could be in his place and not be making rash. She just trails off.
It is not merely a rash choice to execute your own men.
No. He's not the same man he was. He used to have... She shakes her head. Again. And the words just don't come to her.
It is not a rash choice to tell your only surviving son that you wished that he was dead and your other boys lived in his place.
She loses your gaze and just stares down at her mostly empty plate, eyes open, unspeaking. Went through a lot. Made a lot of mistakes. He's going through hells every day. But I don't know if there's anyone else who could lead Gahrland through what's going on right now.
If he is not careful, he will lead us to our dooms.
These scourges are as powerful as we're fearing. Feel we're already headed on that road. At this point, she sits up again. We have the night, at least. Tell me what I can do to help. Delay him. Anything. You name it, Owen. You seem to have answers these days. For better or worse, you seem to have answers.
Owen considers. I know people. People who are interested in stopping the scourges. I don't know if they will help, but I can try.
So, with that, are you guys all going to be okay with staying the night here?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Walker.
I don't think Walker's staying the night there.
After heading out then, what is Walker doing?
Walker is going to ask around to see if there was anyone in the Walker family as part of the refugees.
Oh, he's gonna do a stay up all night and look?
He's not going to sleep tonight.
Okay, give me an investigation check.
Fucking come at me, bro! I'm ripped!
Spending the night into the wee fucking hours of the morning, going to every bar, every tavern, every inn that's open, asking around for any sort of refugees that came from Kyn Taryn, specifically Darrow. If anyone met a woman who was a shipwright in any means, any other sort of descriptors that you give, the name Walker, Roy, anything. Do you mention they may be using aliases, trying to give a general description, anything like that?
Walker definitely would go with the general description, descriptor. They wouldn't. Does Walker think they'd use aliases? I don't know if they would.
More a matter of like fear of fucking the red. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think
case.
they'd have to worry for aliases.
Yeah.
But Walker would definitely give a general description. More so for the mother, since Roy aged.
Yeah,
like,
Walker hasn't
about
seen a
twice
fucking
age.
picture of Roy in 100 years.
Yeah, so more so for the mother, but
A kid about yay age, yay high-ish, probably.
Very specific description of a woman with, a 12-year-old.
Yeah. Who may or may not be able to do magic.
Who may or may not possess magic.
By the time the sun rises on the last day of the season of Sard, you are pretty damn confident that no one from the Walker family was in or around Darrow. Not just, like to the point where you could probably cross it off the list of places that they were.
And with learning that, being sure of that, Walker crashes in an alley. Alone.
All right. For everyone else, staying the night? You guys have anything else you need to discuss here in the privacy of the temporary residences of the McDurk in Taryn leadership.
I mean, what don't we have to discuss?
Apparently
Walker's in
anything.
MIA.
Yeah. So
That's something.
as Owen, as you discuss well into the night, explaining the intricacies of everything you've learned, know, and might know about the war, the various sides, what you can do to try and dissuade immediate conflict, whatever you can do. Your mother hanging on every word, this obvious grief over the loss of... Going off that last insight check, this isn't just... Fiona is a very strong woman, not just of physical stature, but of will, and you get the feeling through talking to her into the wee hours of the morning. This is the first time she's really let the grief hit her that her family is fractured beyond repair forever. That she has never really accepted it. That now that you're here, that you have proof that your sisters live, is also proof that your brothers do not. And that something is truly wrong, and your father is not that same person that he was. And like, over the course of this night, she's accepting these changes, and it is a grief and a pain that she's not allowed herself to feel until now. But for better or worse, she goes through it and comes out of it willing to listen to your plans, your ideas, anything that can help. And as you guys talk, as the rest of you sleep in various guest bedrooms in this fairly luxurious, at least by Garish standards, manner, free men and women in the country of Gahrland, we will go ahead and, by some miracle of miracles, end tonight's session.